The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them graves. We can tell me how we can do it together. When we look at the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People said the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting higher. Wonder when it does now come Rex. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them graves. We can tell me how.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party. The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them graves. We can tell me how we can do it together. When we look at the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People said the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting higher. Wonder when it does now come Rex. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them graves. We can tell me how.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party. The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them graves. We can tell me how we can do it together. When we look at the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People said the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting higher. Wonder when it does now come Rex. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them graves. We can tell me how.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party.
So why you come to me with that foolishness, you know? You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right start that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable. And stop making excuses for them.
Hello, welcome. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone. Happy Tuesday to those in television land. Happy Tuesday to our silent supporters. Happy Tuesday to those in the chat. Hope everyone is having a wonderful and productive week so far. Thank you so much for tuning in as usual. Remember to hit that like button. Share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. That will be greatly appreciated. Before we get into the program, I had sent out in the community a message regarding a lady that is seeking some assistance for her son. Apparently, he has end-stage renal failure as a result of his uncontrolled high blood pressure. So he has to be on dialysis at least twice per week, Mondays and Thursdays. It's $15,000 per session. And if anybody knows anything about renal failure, it's when the kidneys have failed totally and they cannot filter any urine to get rid of waste product from your body. So if it builds up and if he doesn't get that dialysis, it can become toxic to his body and he can die. So if anybody can assist her in any way possible with the cost or whichever way you can reach out to her. If anybody listening to us who have a dialysis machine in their facility and can help her with reducing the cost, because that's 30,000 per week plus medications that he has to take, because anybody who's on dialysis have to be on a whole host of medications. So you can imagine the expense just keep mounting up. Right now he's at St. Anne's Bay Hospital and they don't have a dialysis unit there, so it has to be transported off the unit twice per week to go get it done. So if anybody can give an helping hand to her, the information is in the community, and I can also give the number right now. I'll give her first name. It's Ruth. They're in Ocheria. I'll put it in the chat in a bit and pin it. And it's 876-475-4899. Any help that can be measured out will be greatly appreciated. So please, guys, our brother is in need, so we need to reach out and give an helping hand. All right. So thank you so much for your support. Okay. Let me welcome those in the chat, and then we're just gonna go into the program. Doris McCoy, Kemar Johnson, I remember. Paula McLean, Beverly, Truck Life, Don Mel, Carla Ebanks, Delete Lockerbie, SG, Yvonne Riley, Patel Cruikshank, Jeanette Letts, Reggae Girl, Creative Minds, Miss Yvonne Johnson, Cheerful Wild Horse, let's see, Laris Beckford, sorry, Zach Najad, Laverne Baker, Beres White, Monica Hall, Monica Hawthorne, Angela Cole, G Angel, Rafe 1, Megawatt Volt, sorry. Rosa, Michael Luke Urquhart, or channel member, Maureen Vassel, Joseph Hewitt, Brittany Hill, Willie Mead, welcome. Before we start, our topic for tonight is Admat The Original Sin. And of course, with your host, Baron and Anne-Marie, Mr. Rattigan and Maria will be joining us shortly. And with that said, please remember to go over and support DC Magazine at www.maxter.com/p/Daisy. And also, yes, I'm just going to put up this info regarding October 6th.
Yes, I hit this. I selected upon the hit list when OJLDF presents an epic fundraiser in a tune-for-tune border clash style. DJ Kevin Stu versus Wayne Lonesome, the Renegade, taking place live on Reggae Global Radio, October 6, 2024, from 6 to 10 p.m. Early warm-up juggling by Glamour Wayne, enough celebrity judges. Don't miss the one, ya. Woolly pa fun, boy, ya. Log on to reggaeglobalradio.com.
All right, guys, so go over and support the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation that's going to be in support of. And I know people want to go over and hear the clash and hear their favorite songs being played. All right, so let me further welcome Audrey Reed, Kay, Barbara Finley, Joan Morris, John Scott, Elaine Turner, Merlin Mollison. Welcome. Without any further delay, let me just hand over to Baron.
All right. Thank you, Oni, again for that wonderful precursor as always. Now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight, of course, we have some issues to discuss. And let me say this to all of our Jamaican people. Tonight, we are going to be so meticulous in terms of what we are going to present to all of our Jamaican people. All the issues that concern us, and particularly as it relates to the Prime Minister's statutory declaration, right? The issues that we are going to discuss, of course, one, the Prime Minister filed a judiciary review in the Supreme Court. Two, the opposition leader, along with other opposition MPs, exited Parliament regarding certain issues, read the Prime Minister's statutory declaration debacle. That must not be discussed in Parliament. And the reason being, a judiciary review has been filed in the Supreme Court. So we are going to go through that as well. Three, Andrew Holness allegation regarding Admat, the original sin, right? And we all know, or, based on what we are seeing, Admat is where all the skeletons are buried, right? We are going to go through and we are going to reveal some stuff tonight. And four, this is what put the Prime Minister in a conundrum, in a bind. The Prime Minister cannot get out. And so then what we are seeing, diversion tactics. We are seeing all sort of strategy being implied to avoid the issue. Now, the source of wealth as it relates to the Prime Minister. We have to get clarity where that is concerned. Jamaicans need clarity for that. The Prime Minister, as it relates to what the IC say, right, totally unable to explain the source of his wealth. And so, as a result of that, the IC definitely hand over the case to FIDS. Now, as I said last week, that based on this situation, a democratic country that is working effectively would have come together and asked the Prime Minister to simply step aside. I said last week that the Prime Minister is the primary subject of the IC Integrity Commission investigators investigation and FID, along with the Tax Administration of Jamaica. So these three entities are now pursuing the Prime Minister as it relates to understand, right, the issues around tax avoidance and understand the issue as it relates to possibly illicit enrichment. And so then it goes back to the Prime Minister unable to explain the source of wealth. So regardless of what the Prime Minister is keeping up, PSOJ, the umbrella group of churches, enough is enough. And I honestly believe that, these entities are to come out and say to the Prime Minister, right, if you are innocent as you claim, or as the Parliament, where the Jamaica Labour Party members of Parliament, right, fighting, pushing back on the Integrity Commission, if the Prime Minister, just simply question I'm asking, if the Prime Minister is so innocent, why try to avoid the FID, the Tax Administration of Jamaica, to continue, right, to wanting to stop the probity into the Prime Minister financial transactions and how the Prime Minister amasses wealth? Why the Prime Minister, if you are so innocent, dead right, Chuck, Colonel Charles Jr., all these parliamentarians who are defending the Prime Minister, I am asking you all, if the Prime Minister is so innocent, why not prove to Jamaicans that, look, our Prime Minister is innocent, so our Prime Minister is going to step aside and allow FID, TAJ to conduct their investigation. The Prime Minister cannot be the subject of an investigation and trying to use all sort of delayed tactics, right? Interfering with the free flow of the investigation. This is why I say, right, that the Prime Minister, being the subject of the investigation, needs to step aside. Needs to step aside and say, okay, I am innocent. I have nothing to hide. Go and do your investigation. Because I know for sure, right, that I am not guilty of anything. As plain, as simple as that. But now we are seeing a lot of, strategy being, implied, right? Just to not have probity. Probity. We the Jamaican people, right? We the taxpayers. We are paying our tax. And when we look on $1.7 trillion being missing, unable to be accounted for, let me use the appropriate terminology, right? That the government of Jamaica, right, as it relates to, the probity, that $1.7 trillion unaccounted for. And here you are, right, where the Prime Minister caught up into a situation where his statutory declaration is concerned. Now, we are going to talk about, of course, allegation in terms of the source of funds where the Prime Minister is concerned. And all red flags, let me say this, people, all red flags that we are seeing, that the primary source of fund as it relates to the Prime Minister wealth is the possibly illegal awarding of contract, one, right? And where the Prime Minister would have received, because we have the evidence as it relates to the IC report, right? Where the Prime Minister received certain charity donations, and where the Prime Minister run that through his company and converted the money to his personal use. That is one of the means in terms of how you understand the Prime Minister amass his wealth according to the IC report. And thirdly, this is where tonight is extremely serious. SSL, where several investors, people, I want you to think in terms of SSL. Several investors have invested into SSL, believing that SSL, and I'm going to say what I'm going to say, right? It's with every intention and conviction that SSL is not a legitimate enterprise. And the persons who bring back SSL in the space as it relates to SSL being the original Paul Cheng Young and associates that committed similar atrocity in 1995. Tonight we are going to get down into details, so I want people to listen to me. And so then the persons who bring back SSL to the forefront, disguise SSL as a non-banking entity, right? We're the wealth advisor in this predicament, and where the wealth advisor was coerced in planning a lie saying that she took the money. But we know better than that because we have seen you cross carry. It is not the first rodeo for you cross carry running along with Paul Cheng Young that caused the 1995 financial meltdown in Jamaica. So this is not their first rodeo. So where we are going tonight is to the fact that Andrew Holness would have been aware of all of this situation. Andrew Holness have knowledge of this situation. Andrew Holness was a member of parliament as it relates to this situation. Andrew Holness was, seasoned politician as it relates to coming into the politics, right? Because this situation happened, 1995. Andrew Holness came into the politics 1997. So he would not be in the politics, but again, right, of course, he would have some level of awareness because Andrew Holness been in the politics from 1997. So the issue was there, right? The issue was there as it relates to the financial meltdown. Now, so look at that. So then for Andrew Holness to get entangled with SSL, and we have seen where the government at this point in time, let me say this, people, at this point in time, the government is still trying to legitimize SSL. SSL cannot be legitimized because SSL is a Ponzi scheme. SSL is a Ponzi scheme, and this is one of the reasons why we are going to explain certain things tonight. So we are the Prime Minister again talking about return on investment. That again is a lie. That again is a plain outright lie. SSL wasn't doing any investment. SSL was stealing clients' money. And the evidence is there to show SSL was stealing clients' money. This was one of the situations where SSL has been flagged from 2016, right? And one of the situations that SSL were flagged for was misappropriation of clients' funds. So then SSL, as we know it, up until this point, is a Ponzi scheme. But the government, as it relates to Nigel Clark, as it relates to Andrew Holness, as it relates to the GLP administration, we want to see as the SSL, right, is a legitimate institution. Whosoever, right, bring back SSL to the forefront, they brought back SSL for a particular reason, which they had executed very well. And so then this is what we believe, of course, the major source of fund for Andrew Holness, the major source of funds. And so then this is one of the reasons why Andrew Holness doesn't want FID to dig. But guess what? FID is going to dig. And what you have done here, right, as it relates to you, right, file for a judicial review, right, is definitely a bonehead move. Because you are telling the people of Jamaica, right then and there, that of course you are guilty. This is what you're saying. You are now telling the world that indeed I am guilty. I don't want any probity in my situation. For you to make a move like this, right? Seeking judicial review to avoid FID, right? To continue investigation. This is saying to the entire, to all Jamaicans that yes, indeed, I am guilty and I don't want the probe to continue. This is what you're saying, Anjo. Now, so then we are going to get into the program right now. And of course, Ratigan and Maria will be forwarding later. So let us get into the program and begin the program. Time come. What a bungaran. All right, let us display that clip. All right, so people stay tuned. Tonight is going to be detailed. Tonight we are going to be surgical. Tonight we are going to take out all the skeletons out of the closet. No joke about that. Tonight we will be doing that. Right? So let us get into our first clip. As I said, tonight we are going to be surgical. Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah. Okay. Now,
one of our talking points was that the opposition leader was underwater. He's no longer underwater.
The numbers would suggest
He's
that.
no longer drowning. He's swimming.
The wind is at his back. And if you're Mark Golding, you have to be happy with these numbers. They're heading in the right direction at the right time.
Mm-hmm.
The start of a year where you expect a general election in about 12, 11 months. I heard Peter SB say 6 months perhaps. And you're heading in the right direction.
Since he's assumed leadership.
So this is significant because in 6 months, he would have moved by 25%. From 24% to 30%. That's a 6 percentage point increase.
6 percentage point increase.
No, in terms of actual percentage move, that's 25% growth in
Correct.
6 months.
In 6 months.
That is massive.
people, now we are showing you the status of the People's National Party stepping on the political pedal. And as you hear it, right, the percentage points advance within 6 months, 25% advance within the last 6 months. It is sending a big signal to the Jamaica Labour Party that the Jamaican people are finished with you, sir. There is no set of promises that you can promise. There is nothing that you can do. The Jamaican people know who you are. Jamaican people over with you. And so then whether you want to call election this year, it doesn't matter. Whether you want to call it for next year, which you are going to do, based on what we are seeing here, right? It is next year you're going to stretch it out to the wire. Whatever you do, Andrew Holness, what Jamaican people are dying for, longing for, is for you to call the general election. Because obviously, why we have to use the general election to get you out? Because you have no moral aptitude. Your moral aptitude is flatline. You have no shame. You have no pride. Your shame tree dead, Prime Minister. Your shame tree dead. And so then, regardless of what you are doing, we are saying to the fact that we know that you have no intention to resign because you believe that you can bully the Jamaican people, and you believe that you can use might and beat right. But let me say this to you, Prime Minister. You are wrong. You are wrong. You cannot use might to beat right. And you cannot force on yourself onto the people of Jamaica. You cannot force yourself onto the electorate. The electorate is going to reject you. And so whatever you are doing, and that's why tonight we are going to take our time. We are going to go through a surgical analysis, and we are going to bring the evidence as it relates to why a statutory declaration cannot be certified. And we are going to bring the evidence to show the people that, of course, when FID finish their investigation, we expect that, of course, you are going to land within the judiciary, within the space of the judiciary, where you really belong, right? So that you can be tried, right, based on these allegations. Now, let us get into the next clip, because we want to be patient tonight. We are not hurrying everything. We are going through the detail, and we are going to show the entire world that what we are seeing here with Andrew on a statutory declaration, illicit enrichment, source of funds, we are going to explain it. Now, let us get into the fix. PNP or data.
Okay.
All right. Okay, that clip is coming up.
Ready?
Yeah.
First, I express that I was happy that he's out. I'm happy for my black brother that him come out of prison. I told him I was happy for his children because I know that it must have been difficult for them. I told him that I want for him to stay out of trouble and be a positive influence on the society. And he agreed. And I have no reason to doubt him. I believe wholeheartedly, that he has a vital role to play in shaping the minds of these youngsters in a positive direction. He already has their attention. He can guide them in a positive direction.
Okay. Jamaican people, the reason why I bring forth that clip, right, is to show the obvious, biasness as it relates to, Vibes Cartel being on the PNP platform and, all sort of, allegations as it relates to him being questionable character. And while they are saying it, it appears as if they all forgot, right? And I'm just not showing any, want to target any person. They all forgot that Wayne Marshall went on Andrew on a stage. I am wondering where the memory, right, of these people who are even accusing to say that People's National Party gone to the low when Vibes Cartel, right, graced the stage. The man is, as it relates to the law, as it relates to the Constitution, right, has been, right, free. There is nothing found as it relates to saying that Vibes Cartel is guilty. However, on the other side, based on allegation, right, based on allegation as it relates to Wayne Marshall as a conviction, I don't know. I'm just saying as it relates to allegation that Wayne Marshall as a conviction and on the stage. So when it comes to questionable character, right, they all forgot that Wayne Marshall represent them on the campaign trail, right, performing for the Prime Minister. And so then, if this man as it relates to allegation that he has a conviction, Vibes Cartel has none. But it's just to show the hypocrisy as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party. Now let us move on. Let us get into the IC report that it is, and let me say this, people. The Integrity Commission report, right, an analysis was done outside the boundaries of Jamaica. And this, again, as it relates to our people outside Jamaica, right, entities outside Jamaica, countries outside Jamaica, right, that are processing this. And they are calling a spade a spade. And I want you to listen. They are calling a spade a spade. However, in spite of that, where you have someone independent looking on the IC report, right, international entity, and breaking it down, our parliamentarians, JLP parliamentarians, Delroy Chuck, Colonel Charles, speak to the contrary. When you listen to Delroy Chuck is saying to us that there is nothing in the IC, the Integrity Commission report, that implicate the Prime Minister, when you have to wonder if this man has a brain, because everything in that report implicating Andrew Holness. So then why are we reading and comprehending something different from Delroy Chuck? I just don't get it. I just don't get it. And so then you see that the Parliament, particularly the Jamaica Labour Party, members of Parliament, doubling down, protecting the Prime Minister. So then let me ask them a question. I want to ask the Jamaica Labour Party, members of Parliament, a question. Are you defending Jamaicans on a whole as it relates to justice, checks and balance, where you have a situation here, we are putting out the politics, where the Prime Minister caught up into this conundrum? Where is the moral basis that you are going to exercise when you look at it? In saying that these allegations are serious. And so then if you defend someone like the Prime Minister amid these allegations, what are you saying about yourself? What are you saying about yourself? Are you saying to the Jamaican people that, okay, it's okay, right, for us to lose $1.7 trillion and where the government, right, cannot account for that? Are you saying that it is okay, right, for the Prime Minister of the country, statutory declaration cannot be certified, and you are okay with that? I am asking you, parliamentarians, I'm really asking you this this question. Is this what you're saying to Jamaican people, that okay, you don't need probity in this matter? The Jamaican people don't need to have an awareness, right, of what transpired with the Prime Minister and why the Prime Minister's statutory declaration cannot be certified? I'm just asking a reasonable question. Reasonable question. Bless up, Sister Dave's magazine.
Greetings. We are here again. Wagwan and Marie. Big up, Brother Byron.
All right.
Always good to see.
Blessed.
And to everybody in the chat, a blessed Tuesday evening. And we're here once again. What can I say?
Thank you. All right. So as we continue, Sister Maria, as it relates to those parliamentarians, are you saying that it is okay, right, where the Prime Minister don't need his statutory declaration, right, doesn't need to be certified, and based on what being requested for, that the IC must be forced to have the Prime Minister's statutory declaration certified. When did we get here? When did we get here? So this is the way how you decided that you're planning to represent the Jamaican people in wrongdoing? Is this what you are saying to the Jamaican people? That the Jamaican people has no right? What we are saying to you, sir, members of parliament, and also PSOJ, umbrella group, churches, group of churches, recognize the situation that we are dealing with as it relates to the Prime Minister of Jamaica. Instead of the Prime Minister allow the investigation to flow, the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister administration prefer to accuse the Integrity Commission investigators as being partisan, calling them PNP operatives. But we're going to prove something tonight, and that is one of the reasons why we are going to go through the detail. Because, of course, Prime Minister, remember that the Integrity Commission Act, right, was definitely legislated within your administration, and we are going to show the people. And so then, when you done that, at the time, did you see them as what you are seeing them now, as PNP operatives? So when, and I'm going to ask a question to the Jamaica Labour Party administration. When the Integrity Commission investigators investigated Azan, and have Azan as it relates to breaching the procurement rules, because Azan did not go through the appropriate, right, policy. And so then obviously, okay, he breached. What did you say? What was your remarks as it relates to the integrity, as it relates to the contractor general at the time? You said that you're not going to sit in parliament with a person who openly admitted wrongdoing, and where the contractor general, right, had definitely accused the person of breaching procurement rules. So then, at the time, how did you deem the Integrity Commission that your administration legislated in law? The Integrity Commission Act was drafted, the Integrity Commission Bill, Mark Golden helped to draft that, and your administration, right, have it legalized. So what was the Integrity Commission investigators then? At the time when your administration have them legalized, were they PNP operatives? I want to ask you, Prime Minister, were they PNP operatives? That's the question that needs to be considered. No. So when they...
But before you move on there, Brother Mystic, you made a very good point. Exactly. Now the Prime Minister has filed a lawsuit against the Integrity Commission. Now, when he was busy lambasting Richard Azan and saying the contractor general said, and it was a dark day and he cannot sit in the parliament with him, did the PNP take the contractor general to court? No, right? So now he is taking his an arm of the government basically to court. So he's taking the law to court. So what is Andrew Holness really saying by his actions? That he's above the law. Exactly. He puts in these legislations for everybody else. but himself. And all the persons who sit in the parliament and condone and justify his behavior is worse than Andrew Holness. And they're all disqualified from leading the country. Because this said, what is the precedent that Andrew Holness is setting when he does that? Has this ever happened where the government takes an arm of its own government to court, an arm of the law? Has this ever happened in Jamaica? And so he talks about his legacy. This is Andrew Holness's legacy. And he really should be ashamed of himself for taking the IC2. I'm so glad my brother is here because I have questions for him. Yeah, I'm so glad to see him. I look at me, yeah.
All right.
Because when I saw that the Prime Minister took the IC to court, I said, yes, I have questions for Rattigan. Because I've never heard of this. I never heard. This is like President Biden taking the Justice Department to court or the FBI or the CIA. One of the arms of. I've never heard of it. This is like I've never heard of it. Never heard of it happening anywhere in any healthy democracy. And so I don't know what precedents this is setting when it has happened before and where we go from here. And does the Prime Minister have standing to take the IC to court? Those are my questions. Greetings, Brother Rattigan.
All right.
Yeah, man. Big up, sis. My two sister, you can't hear me?
Yeah, man. Loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself, Anne-Marie. Daisy Magazine, my sister. And Byron, my brother. I want to say everything all right. But my brother, just today I'm very strong and my neighbor, and so we just decided to take him out, and we can't go one far place, and it's like the man never want to leave him there, drink. And Mr. Tim said, I forgot no. And I said, my brother and his wife are waiting for me right now, and I say, yeah. And I say, yeah, man, I can't stay no longer. So I have to force them to leave. So that's why I apologize here, sir.
All right.
Yeah, man.
So
okay, the question, Sister Fire, and
all right.
I look up for something for sure. See ya. All right. You don't know me. Guys, I got draft or something. I'll show you something. This lawsuit here is foolishness, people.
Yeah, but Ratty, hold on there. Before you draw for that, let me just play something because we want when you're ready to speak, we want to listen to you in a very detailed way.
Okay.
All right. So let us play this clip. I report on Prime Minister Andrew Holness. All right, let us deal with that. All right.
You ready to dive into some seriously tangled finances?
Yeah.
You send us this report, and wow, it's a thick one. We're talking about Jamaica's Integrity Commission, Prime Minister Andrew Holness, and a whole lot of money moving around. Thankfully, expert speakers here to help us untangle this web. They know this world inside and out. So, expert speaker, this report, it's a lot.
Let's just say it's got more twists and turns than a pretzel factory.
Right. For those of us who don't speak fluent financial regulations, what exactly does Jamaica's Integrity Commission DO, and why are they looking into the Prime Minister?
Okay, so in Jamaica, they're big on financial transparency, especially for public officials. Think of the Integrity Commission as like financial watchdogs. They make sure people in power aren't secretly lining their pockets, right? A big part of that is something called statutory declarations.
Statutory declarations. Sounds kind of cool.
Basically, they're like super detailed financial statements, way more thorough than your average tax return. And the Prime Minister, he has to disclose.
The market never stops moving, and neither should you. With Questrade, you can trade U.S. securities pre-market from 7 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. and post-market from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Don't miss out on important market moves. Visit Questrade.com to get started.
Everything, assets, debts, gifts, you name it. anything of value for him, his wife, his kids. And we're not just talking Jamaican bank accounts, we're talking worldwide holdings, the whole shebang.
Okay, so what'd they find with Mr. Holness? Did he, like, forget where he stashed a couple $1 million?
It's a bit more complicated than that. The report flagged some big discrepancies in his declarations, specifically from back in 2021. He filed one version, then updated it, then added an addendum, and each time more bank accounts just kind of appeared, like some first global bank accounts he initially forgot about.
Forgot. Who forgets they have a bank account, let alone multiple accounts with a lot of activity?
Right. Even the commission says it's hard to believe, especially when you look at the amounts involved. We're not talking about spare change here.
So how much are we talking about?
They dance around the exact figures for now, but they mention big transactions, transfers, enough to raise some eyebrows, for sure.
Okay, so we've got missing bank accounts, big transactions. Is that enough to launch a whole investigation? What's the Integrity Commission saying about all this?
They're being cautious, but you can tell something seems off to them. They say maybe, just maybe, he genuinely overlooked those accounts, especially since the activity wasn't huge. But CTT, and it's a big but, even if it was an honest mistake, it's still a breach of the Integrity Commission Act. That's their rule book. You can't just forget about assets when you're in his position.
It's kind of giving the dog ate my homework vibes, but with millions of dollars instead of algebra.
Exactly. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Remember those shell companies you mentioned earlier?
Oh, yeah, the ones that sound like they belong in a spy movie.
Well, get ready for a plot twist, because this is where we start following the money and it gets interesting. We've got Imperium Investments Holdings Limited, supposedly Mr. Holness's holding company, which isn't necessarily unusual on its own. But then there's Positive Media Solutions Limited and Estate Bridge Development Limited. And there are millions of dollars flowing between these three, and it's not adding up.
Okay, what kind of not adding up are we talking about?
So Mr. Holness claims Imperium, his holding company, funds Positive Media, which does media production, events, that sort of thing. Makes sense so far, right? But here's the catch. The report found that Positive Media actually put a whopping $51 million BSCK into Imperium.
Hold on. If Imperium is funding Positive Media, why is money going back the other way? That seems counterintuitive.
Right. And then there's Estate Bridge, the real estate company. They got a bunch of money from Imperium, but they're also making deals with government agencies, specifically the Housing Agency of Jamaica and the Urban Development Corporation.
Wait, so the company Mr. Holness indirectly owns through Imperium is doing business with government agencies that he, as Prime Minister, oversees.
You got it.
This is less spy thriller and more political drama now, and we're just getting started. Okay, so we've got potential conflicts of interest, millions of dollars flying between these companies with questionable connections to the Prime Minister. My head's spinning. But wait, there's more, right?
Oh, there's always more. Remember those nil tax returns we mentioned? Yeah, those are back to haunt us.
Nil tax returns. That doesn't exactly scream above board, does it?
Yeah.
Remind us what the issue is there.
So despite handling millions, both the Estate Bridge and Positive Media claim they made absolutely no money in 2021 and 2022. Zero. Zilch.
I'm no tax expert, but that's hard to believe.
Right. It's more than a little suspicious, especially given their industries. Real estate, media production, events, those usually generate revenue. The Integrity Commission calls it a significant concern, and they're not wrong.
It sounds like potential tax evasion.
Exactly. And get this, Green Emerald Trading Limited, the company that supposedly loaned Positive Media a bunch of money, they also filed nil tax returns.
Hold on, back up. Green Emerald, who are they and what loan are we talking about?
Another piece of this puzzle. According to the report, Green Emerald gave Positive Media over $20 million in loans between 2021 and 2022.
Okay, first of all, how does a company with nil income loan out $20 million? And second, if Imperium is funding Positive Media, why are they taking out huge loans in the first place?
Those are the million-dollar questions. Unfortunately, the report doesn't have all the answers. That's why the Integrity Commission wants the Financial Investigations Division, the FID, to take a closer look. They think there's more to this story.
This is like a financial hall of mirrors. Every time you turn around, there's another reflection that doesn't quite make sense.
Tell me about it, and we're not done yet. Remember that whole thing about the $94,000 bond in Mr. Holness's initial declaration?
Don't I forget, that's what kicked off this whole deep dive into Jamaican high finance.
Well, it turns out there's more to that bond than meets the eye. The Integrity Commission did some digging following the money trail, and it led them to Stocks and Securities Limited, NCB Capital Markets, and a company called Admat Incorporated, another one connected to Mr. Holness.
Wait, another company? Are we keeping track of all these deep divers if you're playing a drinking game at home? Just kidding. Don't do that. You need a clear head for this. But seriously, tell me more about this bond mystery.
So the report initially suggested there were discrepancies in how Mr. Holness acquired the bond, where the money came from. Then Mr. Holness claims there was an error, the bond wasn't fully his, and that it had been cashed out anyway. But get this, NCBCM, the financial institution, contradicts part of that. They claim there was an initial error in the paperwork, but it was later corrected at Mr. Holness's request. And guess where the bond proceeds ended up? Imperium.
So a bond initially reported as Mr. Holness's personal investment might have been bought with funds from a company linked to him, and then the money ended up in his holding company.
You got it.
That's some financial maneuvering.
And remember, this isn't just about one bond. It's about the pattern, a disregard for transparency, blurring the lines between personal and company finances.
It makes you wonder what else is hiding. So with all this, did Mr. Holness actually acquire any of this wealth illegally?
That's the million-dollar question, and the report doesn't give us a definite answer. They say there are still some missing pieces.
Missing pieces like what?
Well, they couldn't get their hands on all of Mr. Holness's bank statements, particularly for his foreign accounts. And when they asked for a more detailed breakdown of his income and expenses, he basically said, what you see in the declarations is what you get.
He refused to give more detail. That's a bold strategy.
Right. Especially since those declarations are just a snapshot, not the whole picture. It's like trying to understand a movie from a couple of random frames.
So how can they figure out these unexplained millions without the full picture?
Exactly. And this is where it gets really interesting. Remember how we talked about all that money moving between those companies? Well, the Integrity Commission brought in independent forensic accountants to untangle it all. And what they found is something else.
Don't leave me hanging. What did the forensic guys find?
Well, the forensic guys, they had even more financial records than the commission, and they found a total of over $473 million in deposits across all the accounts they looked at.
$473 million.
Yeah.
That's almost $500 million.
It's a lot. And here's the kicker. They found a massive difference between what Imperium reported in their own WN books and what the bank records showed. Specifically, over $72 million was transferred from Positive Media to Imperium, but there's no record of it in Imperium's financial statements.
Wait, Positive Media put $72 million into Imperium and there's no paperwork. That's not great.
Right. And it makes you wonder about the accuracy of everything Mr. Holness has told the Integrity Commission.
So what happens now? What's the verdict?
Well, they admit they don't have all the answers, but they're not letting Mr. Holness off the hook. They're recommending the whole case goes to the FID for a full investigation.
So they're calling in the big guns.
Basically. And they're also going after those nil tax returns.
All right. So they are calling on the big guns. Ratty.
Come on.
What I want to jump in here that is extremely important, and I'm going to make a comment here, Ratty, where they were saying that the Integrity Commission seek external assistance, right? Which is those forensic experts, and they came and they did not find nothing. What we have just heard is to the contrary of that, Ratty. Right?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yes, what we have heard is the contrary of that, that the forensic expert that the IC seek, they found, right, serious issues, right? They found serious issues. So what the Jamaican Labour Party administration is doing, right, is speaking on issues, right, that totally misinformation and disinformation where that is concerned, right? Because based on what we heard, the forensic expert, right, have discovered irregularities where that is concerned. Yes, Ratty, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm looking at my notes here. If anybody who wants to follow, you can go to the Integrity Commission's report. You can go to section 5.8.142. That's 5.8.142, and also 5.8 0.143. That's page 125. And here's what they found. They found 753 deposits into 9 accounts. They also found 1,607 withdrawals and 473.1 million in deposits and 427.1 million in withdrawals. They also found they looked at 33 bank statements. They looked at 3 companies, Imperium, Positive Media, and Estate Bridge, and they looked at 3 financial institutions, NCB, Barita, and NCBCM. It's a lot to unpack. The Integrity Commission felt overwhelmed, and they brought this person in, and the person was in Jamaica for 6 months. Of course, people know this. I criticize the Integrity Commission a lot, and for this I criticize them too, because what they should have done, they shouldn't have brought in just one person. They should have brought in one person per year that they looked at.
Yes.
And then brought in as well a financial analyst. They brought in an auditor. They should have brought in an analyst as well, who could then take the different years and would have painted a much better picture for us to see. But be that as it may, it's water under the bridge. This is what we have, and it's very, very troubling when you see that the Prime Minister is involved in all of this during COVID, during at that time when he should be working hard to get the country back up and running. And he was also studying, I believe, at the time, and he's acting like a banker here. I mean, who was managing all of these accounts for him? I just like to know. I didn't see where they asked him that question, but I'd love to know who was running. If he was running the country, who was running his banking? Because certainly he couldn't do both of them. It's just not humanly possible to manage 28 accounts and at the same time manage a country and then deal with a pandemic at the same time.
Remember,
it's just. But let me just get back to the thing that Marie was talking about, the suing the Integrity Commission. Look, it's going nowhere fast. There are only 3 conditions under which you can sue the Integrity Commission. You can sue them if you can show gross negligence in what they were doing. You can sue them if you can show malice, and you can sue them in the third one if you can show unreasonable force. Now we know unreasonable force, that's not applicable here. Malice is not applicable because they were doing what they were supposed to do. So now they have to come and show that there was gross negligence. Gross negligence in doing what? Negligence is essentially unintentional. It's accident, right? So you have to show that they were grossly accident prone, and so to that, for lack of a better term. They can't show it. In fact, let me show you. Let me just show you so people can look at this when them and them neighbors and them drinking partners or whoever start talk, and them can see that. Because we do our thing. We go by. There you go.
Okay.
All right. See that 55. It says subject to subsection 2. No proceeding shall be brought against any person in respect of any action carried out by the person in the performance of his functions under this act. Subject to subsection 2. What's 2? Subsection 2 shall not apply to any proceedings on the grounds of gross negligence, malice, or the use of unreasonable force. So for those 3 reasons, you can bring a proceeding against the Integrity Commission or people working for the Integrity Commission. Look at 3. 3 says, except as specified under subsection 2. What that means is, if you don't have gross negligence, if you don't have malice, if you don't have unreasonable force, no proceedings whatsoever shall lie against the commission or any person authorized by the commission for what? For anything
done. Yes.
Anything done, reported or said by the commission in the performance of its functions under this act. They can't sue them.
So
But Rattigan, what is the precedence here that this now sets? Because he's basically suing the law, and he's the chief legislator, and he's suing the law. So what kind of precedence now he's setting? And looking at this, remember now, Jamaica is a high crime society. So if he as a prime minister who is now, by his actions, saying to the people of Jamaica, no, when I make laws, it only applies to you, doesn't apply to me.
Right.
So I don't know what is the precedence that he is setting.
Well, you could see him setting this up, but it's funny because you could see him setting it up saying he disagreed with the findings. He said it last year with the Westcon investigation. I disagree with it and I've been exonerated. Him come back this year. But you know what's funny? Let me show you something. Which one is this? Let me see something here. I'm going to show you something that going to blow your mind. Hold on. 2021, 22. This must be 23. 23. All right. 2023. All right. Take a look at this. And remember, this is why he's on the investigation. All right. All right, thanks, Emery. Now, folks, I was asking on Saturday, if anybody, what's the significance of December 9th every year? And that is Anti-Corruption Day, International Anti-Corruption Day, and Jamaica celebrates it. I think it's been in existence since 2005. That's when they first started it. But Jamaica is supporting Anti-Corruption Day, and every year they put out this newsletter from the Integrity Commission. And all of the big wigs in Jamaica, they jump on board because they get a picture in this thing and they talk about anti-corruption. Now, remember last year, he claimed the corruption prosecutor decided not to prosecute. This was like I think mid-year or so. This is December now, and by December 2023, he's under investigation. He knows this. Look at what he says about the Integrity Commission.
Can you, The Integrity Commission has been steadfast in its commitment to combating corruption in Jamaica, and today's commemoration is an important reminder of the collective responsibility we bear in fostering a society free from the shackles of corruption.
My goodness.
Look at the bottom. Start reading from the bottom. The work of.
The work of?
The work of, I can't see it.
The Integrity.
The Integrity Commission is crucial. I am therefore pleased to note its work to expand public sensitization programs and improve investigative performance and technical proficiency, all of which represents a comprehensive approach to addressing corruption. I also commend the Commission's efforts to strengthen awareness and compliance in public bodies, as well as its dedication to improving responsiveness to complaints and reports. I urge the Integrity Commission to continue its work across Jamaica. The government continues to promote transparency, accountability, and integrity to ensure that Jamaica emerges as a shining example of good governance. I almost...
All right, hold on there, Ratty, because hold on there, Ratty.
Yeah. Let me make it bigger. Hold on. Let me make it.
You want this right controlling it.
Okay.
Bigger now. You can see it, right?
Yeah. Go to the left. Because I want to read in here. Because wifey, okay, let me read back over these two pages that the Integrity Commission is crucial. I am therefore pleased to note its work to expand public sensitization programs and improve investigative performance and technical proficiency, all of which represent a comprehensive approach to addressing me. So this is where my wife made a mistake, not reading it properly. Let us read it over again. The Integrity Commission is crucial.
It's not right. It's not the work of. It's not the work of.
Okay, we can read it over, right? Because we have to read this thing properly. You know? The work of the Integrity Commission is crucial. I am therefore pleased to note its work to expand public sensitization programs and improve investigative performance and technical proficiency, all of which represent a comprehensive approach to addressing me. All right, go ahead, Norati. You have to make it clear to the people.
The last one, where it said, I urge the Integrity Commission to continue its work across Jamaica. And
no, I urge, hold on, Ratty, you read it wrong. I urge the Integrity Commission to continue their probe in me. The government continues to promote transparency, right? Because the government continue to create blockage, right? Telling lies, right? And as the integrity in a negative way. That's a proper thing that we need to read.
Right.
All right, Patty, take it away.
Yeah. No, you see what funny? What funny is now we must sue them. Just a few months ago, you know. And yes. if you go back and you look at I went and looked at 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. Every single year, him highlight the Integrity Commission and said, this Integrity Commission is a gem, it's a beauty, it's gonna solve all of our problems, and we're working hand in glove, we're supporting them, all that they're doing. And now him turn around and sue them.
All right.
Turn around and sue them.
Can you imagine? All right.
Because he's saying for thee and not for me.
Right.
Because and I'm you know, I'm a layperson when it comes to, you know, legal matters. But him going to court, and just say for argument's sake, it goes through. Isn't there going to be a discovery process where all information has to be presented and all of that? So he's really embarrassing himself, because now the courts will be forced to dig even deeper into his finances to either bolster what the IC is saying or prove the IC wrong against the Prime Minister, because they just cannot come out and say the IC was wrong. They have to find the information to prove one way or the other. So, you know, I don't see what the purpose of this was for. And, you know, it's an indictment on him as a leader that he has sunk so low. But then again, when it comes to Andrew Holness, there is no bottom for this man. And all the people in the parliament sitting down and, you know, coming out and running, you know, doing the spin cycle for him, it is utterly disgraceful. Utterly disgraceful, because they know better. And the only reason for them to be supporting him, maybe their situation is much worse than his.
Exactly.
Maria, you know what I would have done?
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Ricky.
You know what? Here's what I would have done if I were advising the Prime Minister. I would have said to him, listen, what we want with this is for it to be a 9-day wonder. They're shining a flashlight on it right now. We don't want a spotlight on it. And if you file a lawsuit, it's gonna be a spotlight, because like Sis says, now you start having discovery. You start having more investigations. It stretch out now. It can't be a 9-day wonder now. So if I were advising him, I'd have said to him, listen, you find a way at India, and after India, here where you don't know, head to Australia. And then from Australia, go to New Zealand. And you still to the country for about 3-4 weeks. And I would have said to him, said, tell me the name of a minister where you have them some secret plan where you don't like. Because here's what we are going to do. We are going to leak some secret plan a minister where you don't like. And make them start investigate him or her. And then now you come back to the country. And then you tell them, say, you have to move him because you are in compliance with the anti-corruption principles. And therefore, you say to them, say, you see how I am? You see how incorruptible I am? I come back and I hear, say, this minister have problem, and I shift him. That is where that one shift the argument. But when you go file a lawsuit now, you know, if me no advise FID, because FID I work down, Mr. FID, here's where you go. Contact the Egmont group, because FID is a part of Egmont, right? Egmont is an international organization comprised of financial investigators. It's a global organization. So what you do is you take everything you have from this report and you go to the Egmont group, America, UK, Bahamas, St. Lucia, Panama. We saw that name out places when we think money there, right? You want all them places there. And then you said to them, so listen, we want to do a complete financial check on the Prime Minister, his wife, all of these companies, and all of these other people associated with him, and family members as well. Do a complete thing on them. This is what's going to happen now, you know. This is what's going to happen now. and it's going to cause a huge problem because let me give you the viewers them something now for true fun, right?
Yes.
Viewers not going to something true fun. There is a person who works for the Prime Minister, actually works for the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. And that is the CG in New York. Her name is Alcian Roach Wilson. Now, who is Alcian Roach Wilson? In a nutshell, she's a financial genius. She used to work for one of the biggest financial houses in the world, and she made her bones there, I believe. She was a manager there. In the end, she was operating a hedge fund, right? Make lots of money, lots of money. She's been on Wall Street for years. Now, I know for a fact that this lady was in contact with the Prime Minister almost daily in 2017, 2018. I know this, and I have a witness. I have a witness who can come and say, yes, this is what happened based on conversations. No, she was not in government at the time. She was running up a hedge fund. And I couldn't figure out why she was talking to the Prime Minister on a daily basis. Because I'm like, well, she doesn't know him from school, didn't grow up with him. But I found out that she met him because she was in charge of taking care of certain financial matters for the government of Jamaica. And she has worked with both parties when they were in power. She has worked with both parties, particularly in terms of creating bonds for Jamaica, right? And then that lady left that job and she went to take over the CG job. Now the CG job, it pays this much compared to what she used to make. She make like dollars, and these are like chump change. But she took the job. Now I am telling the FID tonight that they should look into her relationship with the Prime Minister regarding money management, because this lady, that's what she was doing in private sector. She was managing money. At the time, she was having conversations with the Prime Minister. They need to call her in. They need to interview her. They need to polygraph her as well. And I'm telling you, they are going to get information out of this lady. They are going. I can't say for sure that she was managing the Prime Minister's accounts or people associated with him. But the one thing I can say is they should look at her, because they asked the Prime Minister the question, tell us about what's going on overseas and whatnot. And I didn't see an answer. They asked him about that and I didn't see an answer. Maybe there's an answer, but they didn't publish it. I didn't see an answer. And I'm saying, in terms of being transparent, we need to know if he has accounts overseas. They should put that out as well. Because here's the thing. If he has accounts overseas, there's going to be problems with those accounts. Like source of funding, where the money come from to open an account there. It's going to be a problem. Go ahead.
Sorry, Ratty, to cut in like that. But let me just ask you a question. Now that the Integrity Commission investigators, right, would have asked Andrew Holness several questions. And one of the questions that the Integrity Commission asked him, if he has any other accounts anywhere, right? Ask him to, think if there is any other accounts anywhere, either in Jamaica, outside of Jamaica. Now, based on what you're saying, Ratty, now, if it revealed later that Andrew Holness have other accounts, isn't that this is going to be serious bangarang for the Prime Minister?
It is going to be devastating. Take a look at this. Take a look at this. See the question they're asking right here?
Yes.
Let me big it up there. Hold on there. Okay, there it is.
Okay, let us read it. Question: if you believe that you have omitted any other information with respect to your income, assets, and or liabilities, whether they exist locally or abroad, as I was saying, kindly also provide full particulars of same. For the avoidance of doubt, for each asset indicated, please state the source of funds, including all supporting documents. Please be advised that this request is being made in keeping with Section 42, subsection 2, and 43 of the Integrity Commission Act.
So they did answer.
Exactly. So
and we don't see no answer. We don't see, here it is. Hold on. Here we go. Them say he provided a letter on September 7th with further information on his assets, liabilities, and income, an amendment. But we don't see anything about a foreign account.
But Ratty, let me say something. And Sister Maria, let me bring you in this space. You notice the question asked that is in red to Andrew Holness. His response wasn't anywhere in regards to any accounts locally or abroad. He did not respond, in that likeness,
Yeah, we haven't seen anything.
Exactly. So let us ask this question, Ratty, since we are at it. Sister Maria. Now, we have seen.
As you say, you want me to take it away?
Yeah, take it away. So let me insert this question here. As it relates to the Prime Minister 28 accounts that out there, right? And we have not seen nowhere on those accounts where Juliet Holness listed as a giant holder. Let me ask a question. Are there any other accounts pertaining to Andrew Holness and Juliet Holness having giant accounts? Now, if those accounts exist, then it is Fed is going to find them. Because, Ratty, my wife and I, right, we have a joint account. I mean, we're married. Think of it, Ratty. We're married and, and so forth and dealing with certain investment. We have a joint account, right? I mean, that is sort of expected in a little way. But for the Prime Minister conducting business, right? Several businesses, his wife as a real estate person. And just imagine the Prime Minister and his wife don't have a joint account. That no pass the smell test. What say you, Sister Maria? Let me bring you in this space.
Now, I am thinking about the forensic person that they brought in. And, it came to mind that they could only operate with the information that they were provided. Because when you read the report, it says that the Prime Minister was not fully compliant. So how can they rule on something that they really don't have any information on? They couldn't, do anything with that. So he leaves more questions than he provided answers for. And as you know, I start to think about it and think about the web of confusion with all of these things happening right here. Because it makes no sense that this is the Prime Minister of a country who has so much time to do all of this while at the same time running the country. And as a side note, his health minister wrote a book in the height of pandemic, but that's a story for another time. But just saying that's how busy these people have been, and he has set the tone for that. He has set the tone. What concerns me is the short memory of the Jamaican people.
Yes.
And how they will still go back and vote for this very person whose credibility has been shot, who has no moral compass, who has no integrity. And this person who, with 28 bank accounts, when they cannot open one bank account, who can open an account with no money, $0 and 0 cents, this person is still asking to lead them as a prime minister.
No.
One second, Aaron. Let me just show everybody something else here. And tell me if this is what you expect from the prime minister who, in the anti-corruption day speech, and big up the Integrity Commission.
Yes.
Take a quick look at this. All right. Look at the.
Read it on me.
Look at the. All right, we can start right here. We'll start right here. What you said, the DI's conclusion. After 1.93 million, it says the DI's conclusion is premised on the fact that based on the evidence available to him, inclusive of explanations provided, the increase observed in Mr. Holness's asset or net worth cannot, without more, be justified by his known income and liabilities. Here's a part you just mentioned a while ago. The DI was, however, hindered in his attempt to fully resolving the issue on the basis of Mr. Holness's refusal to provide him with a breakdown of his expenses for the period covered by the investigation. This refusal on the part of Mr. Holness inhibited the DI's ability to make a more comprehensive and final assessment of Mr. Holness's assets, liabilities, and income. In other words, the DI was not in a position to determine what portion of Mr. Holness's income was used for living and other expenses, and therefore not available for asset acquisition. Take it away.
All right, let us take it away. All right.
Ratigan, in the words of Wave, move from front of me.
All right. So Ratty,
yeah,
we promise the people, all of the people who are listening to us, right? And based on, what we are seeing with the Integrity Commission report, right? The essence of the report is to the fact that the Prime Minister, right, cannot justify the source of funds. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now, let us go back and let me say this. What we are going to do tonight is to roll back the curtain as it relates to what we call the original sin. Right?
But before you go back, Adam, before you go back to the original sin, somewhere on page 93 of the report, Ratigan 1, in respect of the question, well, a question was asked before he was summoned for something, but I want to point out something. In respect of the question, the actions you took to provide information concerning accounts held with NCB Capital Markets by Andrew Holness, Imperium Investment Holding Limited, and Positive Media Foundation, I state as follows. That was the investigator. As the account manager of the client's Imperium Investment Holding Limited account, I reach out to the client via our usual communication method. What was that communication method? WhatsApp.
Yeah, he said WhatsApp.
Now we know that WhatsApp is encrypted. You follow what I'm saying? So any conversations and text message and all of that in that medium is going to be lost.
Yes.
And it goes on to say WhatsApp to verify the source of funds for the purchase of the 94,000 units of the NFE 11% 2036 bond purchased in September of 2019 under account number 750768 in the name of Andrew Holness. Following instructions from whatever who was trying to locate the SOF, I reached out to Mr. Andrew Holness via WhatsApp call and messages in 2024 to assist with providing the source of funds for said bond purchase. May 9 and May 17 initial contact attempts were made to Mr. Holness to request the SOF, but he was unable to produce the SOF, source of funds. Friday, June 7, an email reminder was sent to Mr. Holness, reference as email dated June 7, 2024, 3:22 p.m., marked as CW1. Notable, the client has WhatsApp feature disappearing messages activated for 7 days. As such, my messages to him would have disappeared and cannot be produced for evidence. Attached, however, is the screenshot of my message folder to him marked CW2, which follows that disappearing messages are turned on and consequently does not actually show messages between us. On Saturday, June 8 and Sunday, June 9, Mr. Holness contacted me via WhatsApp call indicating that he was trying to locate the SOF. He mentioned that he would be available on Tuesday, June 11, and an appointment was scheduled. You see my concern here with the WhatsApp link? Yes. I don't know if it is ethical for him as a leader to be using WhatsApp in that way, knowing full well that any correspondence between himself and is going to will not be available for any kind of scrutiny whatsoever. And given that he knew he was under investigation, was this, deliberate? I just have concerns with it. I may be on a limb here, but that's just my concern.
Okay, before you answer, hold on. Before you answer, let me just start to reinforce as it relates to what Maria said. I think as a prime minister, right, and knowing that, because I want to find out if this goes to intent, if this goes to mens rea and actus reus, intent and action in terms of, because Maria is asking that, Maria is saying that, okay, the prime minister, in his official capacity, you understand, communicating under the circumstances, why the prime minister chose to use WhatsApp, right, when the prime minister would have the awareness that WhatsApp is encrypted. And so then as a result of that, did the prime minister chose to use WhatsApp, knowing to the fact that after a certain time, those messages would be disappear and there is no evidence as it relates to the discussion. So then tell me now that it appears as if the prime minister, you understand, that intent goes to the fact that the prime minister is somewhat tricky and conniving. What say you, Rocky? Go ahead.
It's a good point, Sis raised, and it's an equally good point you raised. And again, not to belabor the point, but there are criticisms to be leveled at the Integrity Commission, because if I were at it, if I were doing this investigation, one of the things I would have done that I didn't see in this investigation, I didn't see telephone records. I didn't see text messages. Those things, you can capture them. Even after they disappear, you can still capture them.
Yes.
You go to the company, get some, and by the way, WhatsApp they say it's secure. It's not secure. It's not secure. And they say it's encrypted from end to end. It's not. They have the system in Jamaica. Remember, this was the same prime minister who said, we have the technology to find where, you remember him said that, right?
Yes.
So the technology, and it's there. It's there. If I were doing this investigation, I would say, okay, you know what? Who wants telephone records? Who wants the cell phone records, hardline records, all that stuff for the prime minister? And then what we want to see is, we also want to see text messages. Because then now, you have to say to yourself, the prime minister can't see everybody, but he can talk to everybody he want to talk to. He can't see everybody he wants to see, but he can talk to everybody he want to talk to. And so, when you get those text messages, you're going to get a wealth of information. Like, for example, I would say, all right, you know what? And I'm sure FIB is going to do it. They're going to pull up telephone records between the prime minister and this lady, the lady in New York. I would suggest to them that they do it, and they can do it because the thing about it is, she at the time was not being paid by the government. She was not a government employee as she is now. So they can pull up all of that because the phone would show the phone records would show it's going from Jamaica House, right, to the embassy. But you don't know what they are. You honestly get it from the prime minister's phone, but if it goes to the main number, you don't know who is he talking to, right? Yes. But if you get her number before she joined the thing, and then you see that it's coming from his phone, then you start looking at text messages as well, the corresponding text messages to see. And wouldn't it be interesting? Wouldn't it be interesting, folks, if when they use that investigative, when they explore that investigative lead, if you see text messages saying, put this amount of money in this bank, put this in that bank, put this, wouldn't it be interesting? So they need to do that. They need to do that.
Totally agree with you, Ratty.
So then, Rattigan, it points to the fact that the forensic person who was brought on was not allowed to do a thorough investigation of his accounts, because that would have exposed that.
And that's why I said that they should have brought in they were looking at, like, I think 4 years. So you bring in an auditor for each, you bring in one auditor per year, and then you bring in an analyst. So they would provide the information, and the analyst, or they would provide the dots, and the analyst would connect the dots, and then you'd have a beautiful picture. But to bring in one person to do all of this stuff, I mean, he did find stuff. He did find a lot of things.
Yes.
Even though, and of note, the Prime Minister did not fully cooperate.
True.
Exactly.
So,
a wonderful point, Mario. So then, as it relates to what we are seeing, right? The Prime Minister Papa Ruta shoot. So
what?
The Prime Minister Papa Ruta shoot. No, because guess what? What is going to happen, Ratty and Maria, is that FID, right? Because we are going to discuss the original source of the crime tonight. FID is going to draw on that thread, that loose thread, and it is going to take FID right back to the original source, the original crime, right? Because when you draw on that thread, of course, it is going to unravel, and it is going to end up where it started. No, Ratty, before we get to where it started, because we here have an understanding as to where it started. Let us show you that, the Jamaica Labour Party administration, right, try to, threaten the IC, right? And I mean, this is, come on. We say it's a democratic country, right? And the IC is doing their job. Why threatening the IC? Why threatening the IC? Let us get into that document and show the people, right? IC will not cover. Let us get into that document. All right. Document coming out. Yeah. All right, thank you. All right, so date Tuesday, October 1st. Oh, okay, sorry. All right, yeah, sorry. Sunday, September 29, 2024. Sorry about that date. Declaring that he will not be intimidated by threats and bars. This is Justice Seymour Panton, Chairman of the Integrity Commission. So this is what the Justice Seymour Panton is saying, declaring that he will not be intimidated by threats and barbs directed at the commissioners and staff of the Integrity Commission. IC Justice retired Seymour Panton has urged members of the anti-corruption body to fearlessly carry out their duties in accordance with the law. The IC chairman remarks come against the background of a social media post sent to IC Director of Investigations, Kevin Stevenson, on Saturday, which states in open quote, yes, exclamation sign, nasty PNP boy, you must go down, old germs. A comment Panton described as being designed to drive fear into the heart of the director. I mean, look, I just can't find an adjective to describe the person who had done that, right? In terms of we want to seek clarity, and here you have persons who trying to, hinder, right? Try to interrupt the Integrity Commission from carrying out their lawful duty to intimidate them. And this is where Jamaica reach, that you have people amongst us. It's unbelievable, to know that we vote, right, for persons to represent us. And what they do instead of representing us, abuse us. The IC chairman said he reported the matter to National Security Minister, Dr. Armstrong. It doesn't even make sense to report it to Dr. Armstrong. It now going nowhere. Let me say that. The National Security Minister told the Assembly yesterday that if the director of investigation was threatened, it was a matter for the police to investigate and thereafter brief him. Stevenson told the Assembly yesterday that he will make a formal report to the police on Monday. In an interview on Saturday, Panton said there were also senior politicians, right, making defamatory comments about the commissioners of the IC, and we know that Warmington is one of them. Despicable. And surprisingly, right, Delroy Chuck is another one of them. Right? Just unbelievable where this country is going. Panton said he has been alerted to one such missive sent via WhatsApp. And here is the WhatsApp situation. It is clear to me, and until I see evidence of the contrary, there are members, politicians, who are saying things and doing things that are causing their supporters to be acting in a way they are doing by threatening and labeling members of the commission as members of the commission as well as employees of the commission, Panton said. He said the defamatory comments were not made in Parliament. I will not be intimidated by any of them, Panton said, even as he expressed concern that their thinking colleagues have been silent. They are silent in relation to the attacks and the libel. They are very silent. Further, Panton charged that a member of Parliament from a rural parish had also circulated the images of myself and the directors with a scandalous statement that we are trying to bring down either the government or the Prime Minister. That is the subject of a legal consideration at the moment. Take it away. Maria. Now, when you see all of this, right? Where is our democratic rights to understand that, okay, all right. The Integrity Commission Act was passed, was put in law by the same government. Let us start. By the same government. And now, whenever the Integrity Commission investigators carried out any investigation on the opposition, the People's National Party, it's okay, Maria. It's okay. They find nothing wrong. They applaud them. So when the very same Integrity Commission investigators, right, are now investigating them, there is where now the Integrity Commission now being accused, being abused. This cannot be right. What say you, Maria, on the situation?
No, it cannot be right. And that's why I don't understand this selective outrage, because we go back to, and we'll always have what he did when he was in opposition as a point of reference. He raked Richard Azan over the coals for doing something to benefit the women in the market who needed stalls. And it's not that Richard hasn't benefited personally. He just went around the system, the bureaucracy that wasn't working to allow him to do it the way, in a timely fashion. He went around the system, and he was found, for want of a better word, guilty of not following the protocol. And the contractor general came out and said that. And he said he wasn't going to resign. And Andrew came out and said it was a dark day and he cannot sit in the parliament. And Land Baron, he came and said, oh my goodness, with all the compassion you want to have for these people, still, it's trying to bring down the government, and this has never happened. What say they now about this situation with Andrew Holness, where this is about him not being able to verify the sources of his own income? Where does he get money from to source, his lifestyle, all these bank accounts? And then you have the same parliamentarians who are inciting violence against the Integrity Commission. So how can it be that the same parliamentarians who got the training on corruption, anti-corruption practices, the Nolan principle, when you read the report, the DI said that he's not living up to the principles, the Nolan principles, and that's an indictment on him, because he's supposed to be held to a higher standard. But somebody said earlier in the chat that the PNP is held to a higher standard than the JLP. As a matter of fact, the JLP holds the PNP to a higher standard than themselves. And it shouldn't be that way. It should be across the board. So the Prime Minister, who is supposed to set the example for everyone else to follow, has not been doing so. And hence we see what we have. So people are open. And remember now, one of Ryan, I forget his surname right now. Remember, he was shot, I think it was last year. After the Integrity Commission report came out, he was shot. Where is that investigation today? We have heard nothing about it. They said he doesn't want to say anything. But then you have a problem of retaliation that is happening, where the government can retaliate against people. People are, in my opinion, in Jamaica, are genuinely afraid of Andrew Holness and his government, because they see them as bullies. And they're afraid that they might be attacked and vilified for speaking truth to power. So therein lies another problem too that the people are facing. And the people who have the power to say something to him without fear of retaliation or any retribution, the PSOJ, civil society, the churches, the media, are wanting right now. We haven't heard anything substantial from them. And they can say, no, your behavior, Andrew Holness, is incurable and untenable. Remember what he did to Mark Golding with this issue of his British passport. Now, Mark Golding is a born Jamaican. The Constitution allows for him to sit in the Parliament as a citizen of the Commonwealth, a born Jamaican, and a citizen of the Commonwealth. And Andrew came out and said, he has a Big Mama TV, the mouthpiece of the JLP propaganda machine. They came out and they were, oh my goodness, how is he going to recover from this? He has to resign. And this is, he can. What do you say now about the Prime Minister, who has 28 bank accounts, who has not been fully compliant with the Integrity Commission while they're investigating him? And you can imagine how he behaved, because when he's cornered, he lashes out. When you challenge him, he behaves like a sketel. So can you imagine how he was behaving behind closed doors, being investigated? Like, who do you think I'm? Who are you talking to? Do you know who I am? That kind of behavior. As we can see, he did not fully comply. Why did he not fully why did he feel it necessary not to comply? When look what he's ready to ram the young people, ready to give them 15 years and all of those things. And that doesn't apply. So attacking the IC is an indictment on Andrew Holness and the minions and anyone around him who has been doing this. And I hope they hold the people accountable, because when you threaten an agency like that, they're supposed to go find those people and charge them.
Exactly.
So they have no right attacking the Integrity Commission.
Exactly. Yes, Ratty, what say you in this space?
Let me just echo what Sis says.
Yes.
Said, and Look, the Integrity Commission was established by this government. And for many years, at least for the Anti-Corruption Day, they've been praising the Integrity Commission. When Mr. Vaz was dragged before the court recently for failure to file, within the hear and outcry, you know,
That Dwayne Vaz, yeah.
Yes, within the hear and outcry, right? And what he did, he failed to file, and there's a clause in the law that says you can pay $250,000 and not go before a judge. You know, it doesn't have to be adjudicated. You can pay it. It's an administrative fine. Yet after he said, "Look, I will pay the fine," they still wanted to drag him before the court, and I didn't hear anybody on the government side saying, "No, that's not the way the law should be applied," because you know, it's funny, the same knife himself, the same knife will stick goat, stick sheep, right? But the thing is that when you stick the goat, you don't care. But when you have the sheep and stick you ball out and say it's unfair and it's this. Even though you set it up, you know, and you set up the thing, right? And then you put the people in panic and you are complaining. So I just have a serious problem with it. And then also remember they shot this guy, as Maria said, broad daylight in front of the offices. In front of the offices. They shot him. And so when Judge Panton said, "I won't be intimidated,"
yes,
I would tell him it's fine. You know, you can say that, but just make sure you have your security detail. Because when you have senior politicians making the statements as alleged by Justice Panton, then you really have to worry, because a lot of times you don't have to tell somebody to go and carry out something, you know. You just have to say, "I don't like it." And then there are people who them get the message and then them go out and deal with it. So Justice Panton, you and I will have disagreements about certain things, but when it comes to your life, I am all for protecting it. And so I'm saying to you, sir, be very, very careful. And when them invite you at the cocktail parties, please don't eat, sir. Don't eat and don't drink. Make sure you eat and drink in your yard before you go, because Jamaica is known as a place which poisoning somebody is not exactly a foreign thing. When I say foreign thing, meaning that it's something that doesn't happen frequently there. We know that these things happen. So I know people who have been poisoned in Jamaica. So I'm saying to you, sir, and this warning goes out to Dr. Nigel Clark as well. Dr. Nigel Clark, you know, you and I, when you come, we're going to have a meeting and we're going to talk about what's going on in Jamaica. So I'm telling you right now,
yes,
don't when they're going to have a lot of going away parties for you, make sure you eat in your yard. Don't go down there. Don't go down there and eat or drink. Or if you're going to drink like a bottled water or something like that, make sure you keep your eye on it at all times. And make sure you pick a random bottled water. Don't make them give you one. You pick one for yourself. So this is somebody, Maria said it and somebody put it in the chat. It's a dark day for Jamaica. We've never seen anything like this.
Yes. I find it a little bit perturbing to me as it relates to the corruption prosecutor, though. When you look on Dwayne Vaz's situation, it seems that the corruption prosecutor would have taken, you know, what I would call a zero tolerance approach. But when it comes to what we are seeing playing out with Andrew Holness, particularly the omission, right, of information that was given to the Integrity Commission investigators, and blatantly, the Prime Minister refused to answer certain questions that been asked, and the corruption prosecutor doesn't see it as anything. It seems grossly, you know, a little bit partial to me. What say you about that, Ratty? In terms of my subjective opinion.
Run that by me again, briefly.
I am saying that with the situation with Dwayne Vaz, right? And you quote section as it relates to the Integrity Commission Act, where they could have dealt with Darrell Vaz, Dwayne Vaz.
Oh, the fine.
The fine. Right? Now, I am saying that the corruption prosecutor seems to have taken a zero tolerance approach. Right? But when we look now with the situation with Andrew Holness, to the fact that number one, right, he state a false statutory declaration first, right, which that is a very serious situation. And, you know, it seems like the Prime Minister has been overlooked, right? You have other instances where the Prime Minister refused, right, to answer certain questions, and as such, it has gone to the FID. So then, why the corruption, in terms of how the corruption prosecutor, right, made a judgment, even relating to say that the Prime Minister, as according to her, she did not see any intent as it relates to the Prime Minister not, you know, mentioning
the file, yeah.
Yes. So I can't understand that.
Well, yeah. I feel to provide the information. Yeah, I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
Honestly, I can't understand it.
No, and then if you do the cross-reference check, if you look at the report, the investigative report, the 171 page report, and then you compare that to the prosecutor's report, right? You'll see that there's a disconnect. It's a disconnect because what they're saying, and including what she said, because she put up the chart as well, and said, here's the chart from the bank showing ownership of the account. And then she turned around and said, well, them say them can't see it, it's illegible, and I don't think that, there was any intent on his part, even though there's ample evidence that he was using the account, and that he himself said, yeah, I'm on the account. And she said, no, just because I'm saying they're on the account, I mean they're on the account. Well, why would you lie on yourself? Why would you say I'm on the account if you're not on the account? It's just crazy. But just going back to something, because you were, I think we digressed a little bit because you were talking about Admat. You said, let's go back to the source.
Yes.
And you were talking about Admat. All right. I just want to point out two things regarding Admat, and then I'd love to hear your take on, because I know you have a presentation on it, but let me just show this. And I think Maria had mentioned this. Let me just show this so people can understand. It's there. You see it?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is one where he was talking about how he financed one of the bonds, and he said SSL, that Admat purchased this bond through investments that it had with SSL. Right? Why am I showing you this? Because of this. Look at this sentence starting, it did not operate a bank account. It meaning Admat. It is right here. It should be noted that Admat is a private company in which I had controlling interest. It did not operate a bank account from 2008 until 2021.
Yes.
Admat not have no bank account. And then there's a section here where they said that, let me see if I can find it here, where it says Admat, they couldn't find the source of funding for Admat.
All right.
I think, yeah. And then I'll just slide off of the scene and make you just do your thing so I can learn. Here it is. Here it is right here. Look at 5.8.32. You can see it?
Yes.
All right, let me make it easy. See it right here at the top.
It is important that the source of funds used to acquire assets held by Admat was not verified by way of an investigation by the Commission. And this is serious. You know what it is saying? It is important to note that the source of funds used to acquire assets held by Admat was not verified by the way of an investigation by the Commission. So
nobody knows where the money. Let me move that. Nobody knows where. I have yet to see something that shows definitively that Admat was started with X amount of funds and the funds came from this place. I've yet to see. Maybe it exists, maybe it's there, but I haven't seen it. But
yes.
I haven't.
So all right. Okay. All right. Let us. We said we are going to try to get back to the original source of the crime, right? Because obviously we know that Phil is going to travel that path as well. Now, Ratty, when we said we are going to get back to the original source of the crime, we are going to track the Prime Minister as it relates to when the Prime Minister came into the politics, right? Because we are trying to have an history, try to understand as it relates to how the Prime Minister sourced such wealth, right? Now, you remember that I always speak about the interview that he had done in 2016, right? To justify his statutory declaration at the time. And where he spoke that he brought in $47 million in the politics. So we have to get back. We have to get back to the source. You understand? This is when Andrew Holness just came in. And watch this. Let us bring up back that document. And it is important for FID to travel, right, down this part as it relates to that timeline investigation between 2007 to 2009. So we are going to get now to Admat and the skeletons that lay in Admat. Now, let us get back to this documentation. Holness makes finance public. Start to understand the history where this started. The history. We are getting back to the history. Here we talk about Holness makes finance public, posted by Abka Fitz-Henley, 17 June 2016. And as we read, Prime Minister Andrew Holness says he has assets valued at just over $151 million. His liabilities currently amount to just under $35 million. Holness disclosed his total assets and liability this afternoon in an interview with Nationwide News, the Gleaner and the Observer newspaper. Mr. Holness is the first Jamaican Prime Minister to publicly declare his assets and liabilities since P.J. Patterson made his declaration public in 2002. Mr. Holness made available to the media today his last 10 Integrity Commission declarations. They date from 2007. So we are get back there now as it relates to the situation with illegal awarding of contracts, right, as it relates to 2007 to 2009. So they date from 2007 when he first became minister. And now the Integrity Commission declaration showed that just before Holness became a minister 10 years ago, people listening, the Integrity Commission declaration shows that just before Holness became a minister 10 years ago, he had assets, totaling just under $47 million. His liability in 2007 were just under $4 million. Between 2007 and this year, Holness declared to the Integrity Commission 60 million Jamaican dollars in income, right? And US dollars 189,000 in income was also declared to the Integrity Commission by Holness during the the same time. The Prime Minister Integrity Commission filing showed that he acquired income before he became Education Minister via a transport company which he owned. Now, make we read back over this. The Prime Minister's Integrity Commission filings show that he acquired income before he became Education Minister via a private transport company which he owned. Ratty, make you go into this. Take away this. Don't go and show the people them that. Now, as according to the Prime Minister, source of funds, right, that he claimed that he has a taxi company which he owned. More people to hear what I'm saying. Taxi company. Now, remember that the Prime Minister, Ratty, leave university 1994. You have followed me, Ratty? You have followed me, Ratty? And the Prime Minister in 1996, where the Student Loan Bureau published Andrew Holness that he owed student loan. So, leaving university in 1994, he worked 2 years for charity. Now, based on what we investigated, Andrew Holness owned no business. There in the interview, Andrew Holness is saying that, you understand, he owned a taxi company. That taxi company that the Prime Minister claimed that he owned between 1995 and 1996 is not existed. But we get back to the original source of crime. Let us get back to the original source of the crime. Ratty. No.
So they provided.
No. No. What kind of taxi service? Right, at the Prime Minister. Between 1995 and 1996, the Prime Minister was working for charity, for a charity company. So then, what the Prime Minister stating as it relates to that sort of taxi service, Ratty, cannot be found anywhere. So the question asks, Ratty, where the Prime Minister get the $47 million from? Where would the Prime Minister got the $47 million from? Let us look on something here, Ratty. We are going to bring up this document. Remember, that interview I done 2016, Ratty, where he is trying to justify, right, his source of income, his source of wealth, not income. And the Prime Minister gave that interview. Now, let us read through this document. What we have seen here in 2000 and between 2007 to 2009, the Prime Minister came under investigation. So we are going to bring up that investigation as it relates to Western Construction Limited. Where am I going is that the Prime Minister did not create Admat as yet, you know. Between 2006 to 2007, Admat was created 2008. Right, Patty?
Yeah.
Admat created, what people need to understand, that Admat created during the time that the Prime Minister was accused of illegal awarding of contract. Let us get to that document, show them that Admat created during this time period, when the Prime Minister under investigation for this crime period as it relates to illegal awarding of contracts. Let us get into the document. Investigation report, Western Construction. So remember now, people, we cannot justify the Prime Minister $47 million as it relates to that sort of taxi service that the Prime Minister said he offer. Right? Now, conducted in the circumstances surrounding the award of contract. So this report of the investigation, Integrity Commission investigation, conducted into the circumstances surrounding the awarding of government contracts to Western Construction Limited during the period 2006 to 2009. Right? We don't have to go through all of this. We want to get into the investigation. Let's get to the investigation. Summary of the investigation. All right. This investigation by the Director of Investigation concerned the allegations that contracts were awarded to the entity Western Construction and that there is a connection and or relationship between the proprietors of the named entity and the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica and then Minister of Education, Youth and Information. The investigation commenced under the Office of the Contractor General. Right, so it was the Integrity Commission investigators done this investigation because they came into being actually 2018. Am I correct, Ratty?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So then the investigation commenced under the Office of the Contractor General, pursuant to Section 4, subsection 1 of the Contractor General Act, and the provisions and requirement of the Government of Jamaica Public Sector Procurement Handbook, right, 2001 and 2008. What I want to let the people realize that the Prime Minister, see here, clear evidence with the Prime Minister, right? This investigation was done by the Contractor General, and now we have the Integrity Commission, right, where the three entities merge into, you understand? Also, you understand, dive into an investigation against the Prime Minister. Something is definitely not adding up here. The investigation sought to ascertain, among other things, the nature and particulars of Government Jamaica contracts that they were awarded to Western Construction Limited during the relevant period. The nature and extent of the relationship between the Most Honorable Andrew Holness and the Director, Principals of Western Construction Limited. C, the extent of the involvement, if any, of the Most Honorable Andrew Holness in the award of government contract, right, to Western Construction Limited. D, whether the circumstances surrounding the award of contracts, right, are the process utilized by the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, the National Work Agency, the Social Development Commission, was devoid of irregularity and impropriety and was fair and transparent. The findings of the investigation are premised primarily upon an analysis of the statement and documentary evidence which were provided by the respondents who were requisitioned by the OCJ during the course of the investigation. Summary of key findings. Contracts awarded by the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information to Western Construction Limited. A total of 10 contracts, a total of 10 contracts were awarded by the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, right, to Western Construction Limited during the period February 14, 2007 and November 10, 2009. Right, that is the time period between 2007 and 2009 where contracts been awarded. Of the 10 contracts, only 5 were reported to the OCJ by the way of quarterly contract awarded, right, QCA reports for the period. The direct contracting procurement methodology was utilized in one instance, and it was disclosed by the MOEYI that the criteria of the lowest responsive tender was utilized in the remaining 9 instances. The 10 contracts awarded by, right, the MOEIY were between the contract values of $1,413,439 and $3,260,650 and add a cumulative value of $21,882,491. It was disclosed that the MOEYI that the specifications to be met by the bidders in respect of the contracts which were awarded by the ministry was the submission of a valid tax compliance certificate and National Contract Commission certificate in the required category. Contracts awarded by National Work Agency to Western Construction Limited. A total of 34 contracts were awarded by the National Work Agency to Western Construction Limited during the period July 16, 2009 to 2016. Now, let us take out that away because we don't have to go through this, Ratty. Take that away. All right. So this is what I'm saying, Ratty. Right? Obviously, what we had proven is that the Prime Minister justification as it relates to the $47 million is totally false. Would you agree with that, Ratty?
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sister Maria, would you agree with that?
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Okay. So if that $47 million falls, right? Now, the Prime Minister, as it relates to using what we call these shell companies, right? Because we know that in Zara Burton report, as it relates to Patrick Bailey, who admitted to have set up some of these shell companies. Now, in 2008, let us ask the question as it relates to Admat. The reason why Admat was set up in St. Lucia seems to be doing two things, dealing with two things, Ratty. It appears as if Admat was, one, to avoid tax, and two, avoid possible investigation into Admat itself. The reason why I'm saying that, because Admat is originally a holding company. Right, Ratty?
Yeah.
So the question now, Admat itself from St. Lucia start to buy up some properties in Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
Let us deal with this now, you know. We are break it down for the people. Then. Here the Prime Minister tried to justify $47 million into the system that we found out that it is definitely lie. Right? There's no taxi service that existed between 1995 and 1996. The Prime Minister, right, worked with Charity in 1995, 1996. Right? So where that $47 million come from, you understand, it's like manna falling from sky. It not exists. Right? We know that the Prime Minister lied. Right? And so then, as it relates to how the Prime Minister sourced that $47 million. Now, where, as it relates to Admat buying the following property on what? Chinstone Drive?
Chinstone.
Chinstone Drive.
Yeah.
Right? Remember that the Prime Minister said Admat doesn't carry an account. No, that the Prime Minister said.
Yeah.
So then if Admat doesn't carry an account, let us ask Ratty, because people seem to be missing several things here. Remember that the Prime Minister said in terms of the report that we just looked at, that Admat doesn't carry an account. Period. We get that. Now the question what we are asked now. Admat bought up these property, the Chinstone Drive. Also, Admat pay for the land as it relates to the Beverly Hills and other properties. So then, if Admat doesn't have an account, how Admat come to buy up these properties?
All right.
Here,
here's a problem. Here's a problem. Here's a problem that you're highlighting. It's true. The Prime Minister, in one of his answers, said that they don't have an account. However, he said that they purchased a bond with money that they had in SSL.
We are looking to this, sir.
So it looked as if it trying to explain the trying to put the connect the dots. Looks as if what they did was they established Admat just as a holding company, but the money stayed in Jamaica.
Okay, yeah.
They used the money from, and I guess they invested it. One of the places that they invested it, maybe it's the only place, we're not sure, but one of the places was SSL. Was SSL. No, he said they don't have they didn't have an account, but he did say that they were using SSL, at least in one instance, they used it to purchase a bond. So the question that you ask is a very good question, because even if SSL would not count, we don't see any documentation evidencing that SSL accounted for all of the money. But here's one. Here's the one let me just share the screen and let me show. Here's the one that I was referring to. All right. See the question they ask him: what liquidity of financial assets, if any, was transferred from Admat to Imperium and Estate Bridge? And then he said in 2008, Admat purchased a US $100,000 Government of Jamaica bond. And this was held through stocks and securities. So the question is, you start in 2008. Where you get $100,000 US from?
Exactly, Ratty. So, Ratty, I have another question for you and Maria. For you and Maria.
Let me move this.
No.
You want to put it back?
Let me read back that to the people, because the question in terms of what I'm going to ask. Put it up again, Ratty.
There you go.
Put it, yes.
Let me make it bigger.
So, all right, as a country's answer, yes, as a country, Mr. Holness answer, in 2008, Admat Inc. purchased $100,000 US, right? 2039, 8% Government of Jamaica Global Bond. This was held through Stocks and Security Limited and reported on my statutory declaration since then. The bond makes coupon payments twice yearly in March and September. The bond was sold in September 2021 after the final coupon payment for the year was received. The total proceeds from the sale was very blah blah. Take with that.
All right. No, one other thing. See, right here, it should be noted that Admat is a private company in which I have controlling interest. It did not operate a bank account. So it have no bank account. So what we want to find out is, it says right here, the bond makes coupon payments twice yearly. Where did those coupon payments go? You don't have
Hold on. The other question that I want to ask now. Let us put SSL now in the spotlight. Right? Because we want to try to understand, the source of funds. We know what it seems like as it relates to what we are looking at now. One, it appears to be some of that source of fund, right, appears to be, as it relates to the allegation, illegal awarding of contracts. Right? Now, the second seems to be SSL. So let us dig into SSL.
You want to move this?
Yes. Yes. Let us dig into SSL. Now, remember now, Ratty, that but before we dig into SSL, don't you find it strange, Ratty and Maria, that all of the investors in SSL lost their money, and it's only Andrew Holness gain. No, we want to ask a question like this. Right? Right? You don't find it funny that all the investors in SSL would have lost their money, and only Andrew Holness, right, benefited from SSL. So let us dig into SSL. SSL been flagged in 2016. Let us argue these points, you know, because this is where FID is going as well. Okay. All right. We are going to let us highlight some properties that Admat purchased. You have them?
Yeah.
So, okay, let us highlight those. Huh? Okay. All right. Let us concentrate in terms of. So the question that I'm asking, okay. Ratty, it's shared?
Yeah.
What's that? Yeah.
You're seeing the document, right?
Yeah.
So this is 18 degrees not investigation. Right? This is all of the things that Admat, right, would have purchased. Now, watch this. The Arcadia apartment, September 2008, Admat purchased this for $16 million. Right? Now, the Wycliffe Close land in Beverly Hills, February 2009. Admat, again, pay for this for $15 million. Now, if you look at this Ratty, between 2007 to 2009, this is the investigation period for Andrew Holness, you know, as it relates to the illegal awarding of contract, you know. You see what I'm showing, Ratty?
You ever see it? Yeah.
So, this is the investigation period as it relates to what the contractor general was investigating, right? The Shenstone Drive land in Beverly Hills, where their house would later be constructed in 2011, right? $25 million. Yes, sir. You can run it up to $26 million. Subtotal of $57 million. Right? Here, construction costs for Shenstone Drive, Beverly Hills house, as stated by Mr. Holness. Right? And here you have a total $109 million. With everything. Right? And these are US purchase price. So US purchase price would be $1,195,442. Right? So now take this away. So those are all the property that Admat purchased, particularly during the time of the investigation as it relates to illegal awarding of contract. Now, here the court reject the filing from Andrew came on the news. All right.
Kick it out.
Kick it out. Kick it out. After we know that some delay, kick that out.
Right again, what did you say? That now gone away.
That's all.
This guy just drop back same place.
Yes. Yeah, you have to stand up and face injustice. So we could dig in at the Admat thing. So Ratty, what we witnessed, we have seen that during the investigation period, Admat been buying up these properties. The question, where Andrew Holness get the money from? Where did Andrew Holness get the money from to buy up all those properties into Admat? So then, Admat being in St. Lucia, to me, seems to be avoiding the investigation for, that sort of scrutiny into Admat itself. Because now we see Admat is doing all of that. Now, remember now, if you're talking about SSL, right? The situation with SSL. Let me ask a question now. Let me ask a very serious question. Sister Maria, 2016, from 2012, SSL was flagged. What SSL was flagged for? Misappropriation of clients' funds. Right? The FSC auditors found out that they weren't investing client money. Right? They were asked to correct the situation, and the situation has not been corrected until the whole pata bust out in 2021, right? Where Jean and Pantan was now telling you understand the behavior into SSL, that they were not investing the client's money. They were actually stealing the client's money. So the big question what we are asked, Ratty, how could Andrew Holness get return on investment? Question. If SSL was investing, not doing any investment, right? SSL was stealing clients' money. The question might be Maria, you know the answer, yeah, Maria. Maybe you can tell me tonight. May I ask the question? SSL not invested. Holness get return on investment.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
What's that is?
No, because none of this makes any sense. And like we have been saying, what is the source of funding? That's all. And there is where he seems to get all hot under the collar, because you ask, so what is your source of funding? You have all this money, you have all these accounts. Where is it coming? We need a tributary. Where is it coming from? Because every riverhead, every stream have a riverhead. So you need to follow the stream, but you're following the stream to know where, because he's not providing the information. And then you learn he's conducting business via WhatsApp, which makes it questionable. And I don't understand how he lives with himself as a leader and shows up into Parliament and beat his chest and talk about anything relating to integrity when he has none. And we have said before, to fully understand where we are, you have to go back to when he was Minister of Education. That's where you need to start. You have to go back to the very beginning, when he became the bull in the china shop. And how did he benefit from being in that position? Did he get any kickbacks? If he got kickbacks, what percentage of contracts given out did he benefit from? And how much money was involved? How much money was at play? So, they're starting in the middle, and this is what comes out. Just imagine what would happen if they really went back to the very beginning to get a full picture of Andrew's overall wealth and how he got to where he is today. And nobody's envying Andrew Holness for being wealthy. It's the how. It's the how in a high crime society like Jamaica, where corruption is a problem. The how is very important. It's the most important question to be answered. How did you get your source of funding? What's your source of funding? That's the most important thing. And when that is known, then we can have a better understanding of whether or not he is a prime minister on the up and up. So far, there's no proof to that.
Okay, what say you, Ratty, in this space?
You know, I find it fascinating that the Integrity Commission didn't look more closely at SSL in this report, because SSL is tied up in all of this. I'm looking at 5.8.75, where he said he cashed out he said US repo account at SSL. But I'm trying to think, when did he withdraw all this fund from SSL? Do you remember?
2021.
Okay. Because apparently he had more than one account over at SSL.
What year now?
Yeah. Because I put that up on the screen and I'll show you what I'm talking about.
Yes. Oh, because it's a core repo account.
See right there? During 2019, I encashed the total balance accrued in my US dollar repo account, generated from interest payments from bonds. So this is saying that this account is just from interest payments from bonds at stocks and securities. So he said he took everything out in 2019 here from that account.
Yes.
Right? Now take a look at this one here. What is it? It's 67. Just keep that date in mind, 2019. Now look at this date. Is it 60? Look at this date. All right, look at this date.
Yes.
The last sentence.
You want me to read it out?
Yeah.
Okay, so in 2008, Admat Inc. purchased 100,000 US dollars, 8% Government of Jamaica Global Bond. This was held through Stocks and Security Limited and reported on my statutory declaration since then. The bond makes coupon payment twice yearly in March and September. The bond was sold in September 2021 after the final coupon payment for the year was received.
I remember what he said. He said he encashed everything in 2019.
Yes.
With interest payments from the bond. So apparently it was more than one account he had. More than one. He had a bond, he had an account for the bond.
Yes.
And apparently he had an account for interest. Because he said he cashed out the interest. And he used some of that to buy the $94,000 bond.
Yes. So,
right? Now, let me show you something. 85. Let me see something. What number is this? Let's go to page 85. 81, 82, 83, 84, 85. Right? They're right there.
Yes.
During 2019. So we have one in 2021. 2021, he cashed out the bond. 2019, he cashed out there's another account. It says right there, cash account in my US repo account generated from interest payments from bonds. So the bond was paying out interest twice a year. And he said he put that in this US repo account. And that is what he said he used, right? He said, along with drawing down on my bank balances to make an investment of $94,000 in corporate bonds through NCB Capital Market, my source of cash income, blah, blah. So he bought another bond.
But Ratty,
But
Hold on a second. One second. Thing. But remember also, this same 94,000 US is gonna come into play later down when he said it wasn't actually $94,000. It was $60,000. So you see the discrepancies that exist with these accounts. He invested 100,000 and then it is 100. Now it's 94,000. So what is it really?
But this apparently is a different bond because he said it's an investment of 94,000 corporate bonds, plural. And then there's the one bond where he used money from the charity,
yes,
and from his personal account. And that bond, only one bond, that bond came up to $94,000. So his story is not making sense.
No, not making any sense.
No.
And the bank here also with the one that he is still National Commercial Bank. So I don't know. This is just a tangled web that nobody can unravel but Andrew Holness.
Well, the FID has to untangle it.
Yeah.
FID has to untangle it because and the thing is, Andrew Holness just cannot just get out of this by just refusing to answer questions.
Right. They should have never let him do that. They should have never let him do that.
Right? So,
but then this calls into question, Rattigan, sorry to cut you, this calls into question the actions of the corruption prosecutor.
True. You know, everyone, to me, one of the most egregious things that took place was when the Prime Minister got the $50 million loan from Barita and said that he put up, the paperwork from Barita said that he put up an insurance policy, he put up one Shenstone Drive, and he put up shares from a company, shares held by a company called, what's it called? Derimon. And then when they examined everything, they said, no, man, this man is a liar because the shares, they were able to show that he used the 50 million, some of the 50 million, to purchase the shares approximately 2 weeks after he got the money. So he didn't put the shares up to get the loan. And then one Shenstone Drive, Imperium didn't own one Shenstone Drive until 6 months after he got the loan because who owned, and you just mentioned it, who owned Shenstone Drive? Admat. And they didn't transfer a title until 6 months later. So when he went and he pledged this, he couldn't have pledged it because he was pledging it under the banner of Imperium, but Imperium didn't have title to that property until 6 months later. And then they couldn't find the insurance policy. There's no insurance policy. They couldn't find it. That was just outrageous.
Right. So he got an unsecured loan when he should have got a secured loan.
Secured loan, exactly.
Okay, but Ratty, so the question still exists as it relates to, right, how did Admat, right, source of funds come into place? There's no explanation seems to be, put out in the clear as to how Admat, you understand, would have sourced that sort of capital injection to buy up these properties. Right? That is unexplainable because we are not seeing any clarity with that. And as I said, Admat is the original evil. This is where all the skeleton lies. So if we can unravel Admat. Now, as I talk about Barita, let me ask. Under the FSP guidelines, is Barita allowed to give loans?
That's I have to go back.
No.
Maria's saying no. Yeah, it's an investment company. It's not a bank, right?
Right, and that is why they have been recommended to the FSC because they're not operating within the parameters of their charter, really. So they have been recommended to the FSC.
But question, Maria. Maria, we seem to we are not looking at certain things. If Barita, right, as it relates to FSC guidelines and policies, not allowed to offer loans. Wouldn't you say, Ratty, that the government would have, Andrew Holness would have aided and abetted Beretta in committing a crime? I'm just asking if that's
yeah, because the thing is, look, think about it, right? You had 28 bank accounts. God knows how many banks. I know there was JMB, there was Citibank, there was NCB, all kinds of banks.
That so Jamaica National as well.
Yeah. So ask yourself the question. He wants 50 million to borrow. Why would he avoid going to these places where he had a bank account with them? And he's transferring all this money and then go over here to a financial institution to get an interest, only loan.
That don't make no sense.
No. You're already a good customer over this side with all of these other banks, right? So why would you leave these banks that are in the business of giving loans, and then you go over to Beretta, not in the business of giving loans, but but investing people money, and then take a loan from them? I mean, I'm befuddled. I don't know why. I don't know why he would do that.
But again, the Prime Minister again would be outrightly, you understand, committing a crime. You understand, as it relates to
what stick up in their arm thing. Janet Jones made a very good point. Wasn't it the same thing he said he got a loan from SSL to pay for his house? So he got a loan from Beretta and he got a loan from SSL. Which is it? Is it both or is it one or the other?
But SSL is not in the business of giving loans.
No, but you remember he got a loan from SSL and they're not in the business of giving loans. He said it. And now he got a loan from Beretta and they're not in the business of giving loan because they're not it's an investment company and not a bank.
In terms of my understanding, though, I think he had withdrawn that statement. He spoke about it and then he corrected it later that he did not get a loan from them.
Nah, it's crazy. Let me just answer two quick questions. Sonia Ellis in the chat, she asked, why wasn't he charged under the same clause that Wayne Vaz was charged? Different act. When Vaz's issue was he did not file. The Prime Minister did file, but he filed based on what they're saying. He filed false information. And yes. There are two different tracks, two different sets of penalties, two different proof modalities. It's a different issue. And then somebody said, given these records, given these questionable transactions are in USD, could that be the foundation for a US investigation? Here's how it could be. If the banks, when they're doing all of these transfers, if they touch the American banking system, and I firmly believe that they did, or at least Citibank did. Citibank did, yeah. And the others, because I don't think they have their own banking system for transfers. They use the American system. So I believe that there is jurisdiction to be had by relevant US authorities. Now, whether or not they get involved, that's a completely separate issue, which I think we have to play a role. We in Jamaica and we overseas, we have to play a role in saying to the American government, we believe that there was corruption going on here. There was some money laundering, possibly money laundering going on. We believe it, but we can't prove it. We need you to take a look at these transactions and tell us what you think. And they have the tools, they have the wherewithal, they have the resources to do this. But I think somebody has to push them. Somebody has to force them to do it, because I don't think they're going to get up and do it on their own. You know why? Because there's no real American interest here. Like if an American was a victim of this, then that would be different, because they could file a complaint and then they would be forced to do it. But I think somebody's going to have to do it. And we in the diaspora, in my little part of the diaspora world, we are planning to do something about that. So, Mr. Prime Minister, if you listen, don't think you get wet, because we dip on your trail. We dip on your trail. And, we're like bloodhounds. We smell you. We smell you. And we're now back up. We are come full speed ahead. So, And then that once we're done with whatever we're doing, it will be up to the American government or the British government or the Canadian government to do whatever they see fit to do. But at least we have to get the ball rolling. We have to start something. And this is a start by pointing out all of these, contradictions and inadequacies and deficiencies. Then now we start building a case and then we bring it to them and then they go from there. So I hope that answers the question there.
The final news tonight is that the Supreme Court kicked out what
kick out his filing up against the IC. And then again, I'm thinking to myself, if the court was crazy enough to take it up, and God forbid rule in his favor, then they could kick it to the Privy Council, where the Supreme Court will be shamed all over again for not doing their job. It cannot be that thank God, as ISAT is always one who talks about the judiciary and he goes to bat for them. And in this case, it works.
But Mary, I'm going to ask you a favor. Please put this up for me because I'm hoping this is the reason why it got kicked off. Folks, we started out talking about section 55. And remember what we said? Look at subsection 3. It says, except as specified under subsection 2, no proceedings whatsoever shall lie against the commission or any person authorized by the commission for anything done, reported, or said by the commission in the performance of its functions under this act. I'm hoping that when I see the opinion, I'll see 55. 3 in there because it deserves to be inside it, because this is a clear statute as to what can and how you attribute responsibility to the Integrity Commission for things that they've done in the execution of their duties. And what they're saying is that you must have gross negligence, malice, or unreasonable force. If you don't have those things, you can't sue them. So I'm hoping when I see the opinion, I'll say 55.3 inside there, and then I'll feel justified.
But what you say now, you see a pattern with the Prime Minister, Ratty and Maria, that when the Prime Minister being cornered, right, he shove out lawsuit. Remember that the Prime Minister had done the very same thing with Zara Burton when Zara Burton was investigating him under these same circumstances. And guess what? He brought Zara Burton to court, and he had lost the case.
Yeah. But also, before you move on, Mystic, he took the IC to court, right? And then the opposition, they went to Parliament. Parliament was in session today, and the opposition was bringing a motion, which he was prevented from doing because they were to talk about standing order. Some people were saying it wasn't sent in time, but it was sent in time.
Yes.
Because remember now, after Heroy Clark ruled that it would not have been allowed, and Land Baron's son was running his mouth like him have diarrhea and just talking, and really was not making any sense. And then when the speaker came back, she was like, oh yes, I went to review it and I came back and I was about to allow the opposition to speak on the matter, but by then they already left, which to me it seemed like it was a setup. They knew exactly what they were going to do because they got the information. So it was a stall tactic. So now I would like to see what's going to happen going forward. Are they now going to bring this to Parliament and have a discussion about it? Interesting to see that.
But you realize, Maria, just as he was about to speak, she got up and excused herself. And all the time, you have this paper in front of you all this time, and people have been speaking, especially when the sedative was speaking, the first speaker, the first person who presented. She could have easily said she's looking over the paper, looked over the paper then. Why did you have to excuse yourself to go look up for the paper just as Mark was about to speak? Because you wanted Hero, the attack dog, to go sit on the chair and execute the plan that they came up with prior.
Exactly.
But now that they have the egg on their faces, what are they going to do? Because here's the thing now, the Supreme Court kicked it out. So what is their next course of action? Because I cannot see how the Prime Minister has taken his own legislative body to court. That makes no sense to me. And this is a dangerous precedent that he has set. And I don't, you know, it's only I think it's only downhill from here for the Prime Minister.
And what is strongly saying to all of, you know, majority Jamaicans, right, who are, you know, critical thinkers, are saying that obviously Andrew Holness is trying his best, right, to avoid probity. Right?
I'm sorry. This is a good one. Leprechaun. I wonder if these labor rights are going to take the court to court for not taking their case. I mean, you have to really think these crazy things, because that's basically what they're taking themselves to court.
What
Leprechaun makes no sense.
It's you know,
just ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's just come with the evidence that you need to present and answer the questions and get it over with if you're so innocent.
All right. Let us bite in at the 4-minute clip with Mark Golden, right, as it relates to that Parliament situation. Let us find that clip.
Okay.
This is our final clip for the night, and then we can just maybe just have a few little discussion and then call it a night. So let us get into the final clip.
Ready?
Yes.
Motion in Gordon House, in the House of Representatives. I was prevented from doing so on what I regard to be a spurious basis, a basis that cannot hold water. The basis that was put forward was that the matters on which my motion was based are now sub judice. In other words, because the Prime Minister has apparently sought judicial review of certain matters arising from what the Integrity Commission has decided in relation to his matter. However, my motion is not dealing with the substance of that report, but is dealing with his own conduct as Prime Minister. And I wish to read the motion now so you can hear it. Whereas there is a ministerial code of conduct in place from 2002 that governs the conduct of members of the cabinet. And whereas the Prime Minister did not inform the people of Jamaica that he was being investigated by the Integrity Commission from as far back as August 2023 for illicit enrichment. And whereas the concealment of this information by the Prime Minister is a breach of the ministerial code of conduct that guided the Prime Minister in removing from office ministers serving in the cabinet over which he presided. And whereas the annual reports of the Integrity Commission for 22-23 and for 23-24 stated that several members of Parliament, initially 6 and then 8, were under investigation for illicit enrichment, but none had come forward to disclose that he or she was under investigation. And whereas the Integrity Commission's investigation report on the 17th September 2024 tabled in Parliament named the Prime Minister as being under investigation for illicit enrichment. And whereas the Prime Minister, as Chairman of Cabinet, instructed members of Cabinet not to divulge the name of any member under investigation for illicit enrichment, contrary to the spirit of the Ministerial Code of Conduct. And whereas the actions of the Prime Minister have caused and continue to cause severe damage to the trust necessary for good order and respect for public office. Be it resolved that this Honourable House condemns the Prime Minister for not maintaining ethical standards of transparency and openness in government. Secondly, censures the Prime Minister for his acts of covering up and concealment of the names, including his own, of those members of the Cabinet and or Parliament of which he was and may still be aware, but has kept them in positions of influence in the Cabinet with the effect of further undermining public trust in the institutions of government. And declares that the actions of the Prime Minister have severely undermined his credibility and trustworthiness, and that he no longer enjoys the confidence of this House. That was the motion that was to be put forward today and hopefully debated next week. We did not want it debated the same day that it was tabled. The Prime Minister is not here in Jamaica. That would not be right or proper. However, we were not allowed to proceed with the tabling of the motion because the Speaker herself had removed herself because the matter affected her husband, and the Deputy Speaker ruled that the motion was improperly brought in breach of the standing orders, relying on the sub judice rule, and so the motion will not go forward. And we think that that is an abuse of the rules of Parliament, and no confidence motions have a very high place in our constitutional arrangements. If a no confidence motion is passed in Parliament, the Governor General has to dissolve Parliament and call elections. So that is in section, I think, 64 of the Constitution, subsection 5. So for them to block the opposition from bringing a motion on the alleged basis that the matter is sub judice is really, in my view, a bad and sad day for our democracy. Again, it's an example of freedom of speech, freedom of association, our democratic principles being undermined by the misuse of power by the majority in Parliament. It's a very serious matter, and that is why we asked the media to come and hear what we had to say. Thank you.
Now that you were unable, Mr. Golding, to actually populate the motion before the House,
yes.
does the opposition?
So, since we are going to wrap it up,
But wait, I have a question regarding what he said. Since they were prevented from reading or putting that motion in Parliament today, is it that every Tuesday they can go and try to read it in Parliament, just keep at it until it is read?
If I am Mark, I would want to do that.
Every time Parliament in session, I'm getting up to read it.
But okay, you finished, okay? Okay, so the question that I'm asking, right? Now that we have seen that the Prime Minister so-called filing of judicial review being kicked out of the Privy Council, and rightly so, right? I'm asking Maria and Ratty, do you believe that the Prime Minister should now step aside and allow investigation to proceed? Maria, take it first.
Yeah, I noticed that the JLP have a history of sabotaging the opposition, because this is not the first time they have done things. If you notice that they have changed the microphone system where they can just the speaker controls who speaks, and they can shut them off. They can prevent them from speaking in the Parliament. I think they should bring a bullhorn to Parliament to work around that, since they don't want them to speak. But and I have the question for the Prime Minister and the government members of Parliament. When they were in opposition, how were they treated by the government? None of this happened because they didn't have a system where the speaker controlled their ability to speak, their microphones. That did not happen. And they need to understand that, Ratty said earlier, the same knife that stick the sheep, stick the goat. And there's a very strong possibility of them being in opposition again. Question, how would they like to be treated? The same way that they have treated this current opposition? Because they have shown a total lack of respect for the role of the opposition, and that the opposition is an equal partner in the government. And they have shown total disdain for them, and how they have run roughshod around them, even though they have a constitutional right to speak up and to represent the interests of the people. The government has not been living up to their rights and their responsibilities to the people of Jamaica by showing respect to the opposition.
Yes, so Maria, the question is, should the Prime Minister step aside? What say you on that?
He should have gone a long time.
All right.
Taking up space.
Exactly, long time. Ratty, come in this space. Based on the Prime Minister judiciary review being kicked out, do you believe that the Prime Minister should step aside and allow the investigation to proceed? He is the subject of an investigation. What say you?
Well, yeah. first thing is that I want to verify that the judge or the court kicked it out. That's the first thing. But assuming that the court did or the court didn't, my position has remained unchanged. And that is when you have these serious allegations against the prime minister, the honorable thing to do is step aside and let justice take its course. And then, if you're if the charges or the allegations have been substantiated, then you come back. If they have been substantiated, then you stay out and deal with the court system or the administrative system. But to have these serious charges over your head and you get up and text taxpayers' money about you're gonna the UN, where Jamaica has become a laughing stock right now. I mean, it's embarrassing and it's a crying shame. And then to add insult to injury, you fly Ghana, India, boy, you sign MOU, and you're under such a cloud. Have you no shame, Mr. Prime Minister, that you said, listen, yeah, I need to take care of my business. I need to take care of this thing first. I have a country to run. I have to take care of this thing. And he's always talking about transparency and accountability. Well, walk the walk or walk the talk. You talk it, well, walk it. And now we know why you never want to sign the Nolan principles. Now we know why you never want, because if you had people that said, but how you sign it and you do this? But guess what? It's a distinction without a difference. You know why? Because you took the course. You took the course. We don't need you to sign up anything like that. You took the course. You asked for the course. You went to Mr. Christie and said, Mr. Christie, I want this course. Now people start questioning, wait a minute, did he get the course to see if he could get the loopholes and get a better understanding how to manipulate the system? Or did he ask for the course because he genuinely wanted people to become familiar with and adhere to the principles of good governance? All of these questions are in my mind, but the one question that's not in my mind is whether or not he should have stepped aside. Unequivocally, undoubtedly, unflinchingly, without any hesitation, he should have stepped aside the moment the thing was tabled. Instead, he came in with a fiery speech when it was presented to Parliament. He came with a fire and said, "I work hard for everything I have." Yes, you did. We can see it in the report. You are working hard. You're managing 28 accounts. That's hard work. That's hard work. Some people with 10 accounts have a money manager. You have 28 accounts, and up to now, we don't know if you have a money manager. Wink, wink, that money manager might be in New York. We're going to try and find out,
But Rattigan, some businesses do not have 28 accounts. And this one prime minister of a country has 28 accounts. But you know what I have to say before you say something there, Rattigan? I want every little youth in Jamaica right now to try what Andrew do and go to the bank tomorrow morning and say, "No, something, I am the same bank. I am here to open an account. Do like Andrew Holness. No money. $0 and 0 cents." They would run them out of there. So you see the example that he's setting, and then come and talk about he can't hold anybody accountable because he cannot. He himself says he's not to be held accountable for anything.
Well, well, remember now, it's not one account, 28 accounts, but remember also it's not one company. It's at one point it was 4, right? It was Admat, Imperium, Estate Bridge, and Positive Media, right? So I guess you could have all of that. And then also remember that the Integrity Commission said at one point, because they said, look, a corporation can have individual status like a person. But what you have to have a clear demarcation line between the persons who run the corporation and the corporation. And they went on to say, in this case, we couldn't tell because it was so intertwined that when you look at the prime minister, you're looking at the corporation. They weren't separated, in how they did business. So, I mean, this is...
But speaking of that, Rattigan, apart from one of the member of parliament who is on one of his board, have you seen anywhere in the report where they listed his board of directors for his companies? Because apart from him, his son and this person, and this other guy who's a member of parliament, and from his, Norman Brown, who is his business manager, who is at the UDC and the National Housing Agency. I have not seen a list of his board of directors in his companies.
No, Donovan Williams, the MP from, I think, Central Kingston, who was the former councillor for the Raytown division under the KCMC. It just happened, I don't know if it's coincidence or design, but he won his election in 2020, and the Prime Minister formed these corporations, 3 of them in 2020, and then Mr. Williams showed up on 2 of the accounts as secretary. He showed up on Positive Media, and I'm trying to think which other one was it. Positive Media and Estate Bridge. Yeah, Positive Media and Estate Bridge, because Imperium has 1,000 shares, and 600 of them are issued to the Prime Minister, and the other 400 unallocated. So it's him alone run Imperium. So this Williams is the secretary for Estate Bridge and Positive Media. Same year he won the election, same year that the Prime Minister formed the corporation, and then he's just there. So there's a lot that, you know what? I think he regarded the system and the people of Jamaica with contempt, with disregard. Yeah. He had no concern for how people felt, because him just said, I think him said, the one of them are idiot, I'm smarter than the one of them, and nobody going to look into this. Yeah. And he saw the thing set. Part of that may very well be, where did he get his training from? Because he learned this from someplace, He learned this from someplace.
And he has also associated himself based on his conduct with people who are pliable. Because you have this guy, who is secretary, and you have this one, you have that. Then you had Royal Reed at the Ministry of Education, and so it's just these yes people you can just say, just see me and do it, and they just do it and overlook it and move on because they might get a cut, that sort of thing. So it is really sad. It is really sad.
No, he had two financial. Well, he had 2 financial people in his cabinet, right? Favor Williams. She received a degree in economics, and she have a master's business administration from Wharton School of Business, 2 of the finest schools in the world, right? And then you have Mr. Nigel Clark, who's more of a statistician, mathematician, but he had both of them. I would like to know what role did they play in the establishment and the function of these accounts, because it would seem to me as if he could easily say to one of them, hey, look, help me out with these accounts. Or maybe he did, we don't know. But I'd like to know what role, if any, did they play in this? Because, it seemed, Mr. Algorithm. Yeah, tropical rhythm, some rhythm, right? You think he would have gone to him and say, hey, look, I need some help with this thing here. Help me out with this. And it would have been done in a more sophisticated fashion. Because what Mystic Sensation unraveled tonight is very, to me, very sloppy financial management. And what that tells me is that he feel like he's going to just do anything he want to, and nobody can talk to him. What I'm calling political badmanism. Like him just say, me I run the show and nobody can talk to me, me do what me want to do. Because for you, as a Prime Minister, to go open up 28 accounts, that we know of, because there could very well be more. And you do this during a lot of the transactions took place during COVID. One of the things that we need to look at, Byron and Marianne says, one of the things we need to look at where we need to really focus on where did the COVID money go, all of the monies that came in, because he opened these accounts in the COVID period. Yes. And no, we can't account for the source, the genesis of these funding. But we do know that a lot of money came into Jamaica in 2020, in 2021. In fact, we have a $750 million loan, not grant, loan we have to pay back, that came in, and we still haven't gotten adequate explanation as to how the money was disbursed. We haven't gotten that. And so in people's minds, they're thinking, could this be the money or some of the money?
Yes.
And it would be reasonable for people to think that. But we can't prove it yet, but time will tell. As I said, God on time. We'll get there.
One more thing I want to ask Roti, as it relates to SSL having these breaches, right? Because we know that Nigel Clark came in roughly about 2018. Nigel Clark became the Minister of Finance 2018. I think it is 2018.
Well, when is Ardisha? Ardisha was there in 2016, 17. Yeah, it might be 2018 because remember at one point he was ambassador for some.
Yes.
He made him ambassador first. He made Nigel Clark ambassador for some. Because when they went to Israel, he was not a minister yet. He was. He made him an ambassador for something. Yeah.
Okay. So all right, let us look at the situation between Ardisha, who was the Minister of Finance, and Nigel Clark, who took over the bottom. The question that I'm asking, when SSL flagged in 2016, right, it would be Ardley Shaw being the Minister of Finance, right?
Yes.
Would have realized that what they found when FSC went on SSL compound and done their audit, they realized the obvious, which the client's funds were misappropriated, right? Now, where I'm going is that they set some policies for SSL, right, to follow, to get back on track. Because obviously the inconsistencies that and the anomalies that were found with SSL. Now, Nigel Clark, who took over 2018, right, would have some understanding of the follow-up of SSL, right? And of course, where I'm going now is that, all right, SSL directors who have an understanding that, okay, all right, we got flagged for misappropriation of funds. I am asking the question, how did they allow SSL to continue up until 2021 under those bases?
That's a good question. And then don't forget that even when the FSC wrote to the minister to say we have concerns about SSL, he said he never got the communication. Even though the FSC says we sent it by courier and we sent it by email. And then remember him start blaming staff and him saying take a weekend off and him find it in our cabinet.
Yes.
So look, if you read the report, the Integrity Commission's report, with any sense of understand, if you really do an open mind, right, an unbiased mind, you're gonna walk away with several things. One of them is that the financial space in Jamaica is either corrupt or inept. It's one of them.
Yes.
Because, and why do I say that? We see too many instances of violations of regulations, banking regulations. We see too many of it, and what that tells me is that the FFC was not doing its job, because they're supposed to be
complicit with SSL wrongdoing.
Yep.
That's where I'm going.
Yep. Can't argue with that point.
Yeah, I think for me, I think that the FSC was actually complicit, right, as it relates to SSL wrongdoing. Because Ratty, all right, if SSL has been stealing, right, clients' money, right, let us talk about from 2016 upward, right? How would SSL internal audit system miss those hanky-panky?
Yeah.
On a second, you cannot say from 2016 because Bowles opened his account in 2012, and they said the day his account opened is the day that they took out that money. So it'd have to go back to 2012 when he opened the account in SSL.
Yes. Yeah. All right. But since you mentioned that, Maria, when Bolt, based on the investigation that revealed that Bolt money missing as soon as it put in, right, in 2012, SSL, my question, how SSL internal audit system would have missed that?
As we have seen, you know, the people who are qualified with the skill set to do the job are not in the right places. So it's like a patty shop there. Everybody's just running a patty shop.
But next question again. If FSC flagged SSL 2016, why they did not pick up the situation with Bolt account? Ratty. Yeah. Oh, okay. Put on Mario then.
She did it?
Yeah, sure. Come on.
Right,
okay.
yeah.
So look at this now, Mario. Bolt money missing 2012. As soon as it put in, it was taken out. Based on investigation. 2016, FSC run an audit on SSL. Why they did not pick up that Bolt money, get into the system, and that Bolt money missing? And let me just ask the question. I don't, you know, I mean, because guess what? In terms of my day-to-day work, right, when we have inventory comes in, right, and, you know, we check off our inventory, right, and, you know, say within every 3 months, when we are going to do audit, right, whatever variances that expose, we are going to find out why we have those variances. You ready? In ordinary checks and balance, right? If you have certain inventory, right, in stock, right, and right, you sell out your inventory, and when you do your end of year or whatever 6 months audit on those inventories, right? That audit supposed to tell you the status of your inventory. If that inventory, if every inventory recorded. So I am saying that, okay, what was happening at SSL in terms of Bolt put in this money, there would be a record, and where the Integrity Commission investigators found out that Bolt money was in the system. So then if the Integrity Commission found out that Bolt money was in the system, I am saying then, when FSC done their audit, they would have found that Bolt money in the system. So what did the audit reveal? Did the audit find Bolt money because Bolt money wasn't there? It was taken out 2012, right? The Integrity Commission investigators, right? They do this investigation now. You understand? I mean, years after, right? Because what the Integrity Commission investigators are looking into is Andrew Holness' statutory declaration for 2021 and 2022. You see, Master Maria? And they found out, right, as it relates to crawl and feed, right? As it relates to crawl and feed found out that it was true indeed that Bolt put his money in the system. So if feed and crawl found that, when FSC and Nigel Clark right? Well, Nigel Clark came in 2018, but the 2016 audit that was done, right? That was the status of both account. Why? What? So I am saying that is it that FSC seems to be covering up certain wrongdoing? Because the FSC would have discovered that, okay, both money passed through the system, right? And if you have record of both money passed through the system, because remember, the FSC can say that both money is not wasn't in the system, you know, because FID and CRAL found it.
Mm-hmm.
So then if FID and CRAL found it, when FSC did the its audit in 2016, what was its status on both accounts? Now, this is serious fundamental question that I'm asking. Because look, FID investigation done after FSC auditing SSN and found out that SSN was misappropriating clients' fund. So then what was the status of both accounts? Because both accounts went in 2012. Rattigan, come to decide for this in terms of the question on me. Right?
The bottom line for me is that there is just systemic corruption and systemic failures all over the place. And the question is, you know, you're talking about bolt money, but then there's not just bolt money there. We have a whole heap of investors who have money who lose the money too. And them, but agree that had it not been for bolt, this issue probably would not have received the widespread attention that it has garnered. But other people lost money too, and this shouldn't have happened given the structure of the financial institutions and the governance policies, the provisions under which they operate. This shouldn't have happened. And so whenever you have people sending stuff over to the minister to make him aware and make his advisors aware of what's going on, and I can't get it, that tells you in a nutshell how the system is being run, like a party shop. You know, it's like, you know, if you get a bag, you get a bag. Take the party in a yard, or sometimes you get a bag, you get a half a party. It just don't make any sense, Byron. I mean, I understand the point you're making, and it's a very good point. But when you look at it in comprehensive in the overall scheme of things, a lot of things have to be changed in Jamaica. A lot of things have to be changed, but including the people who head up these organizations. Because you can change all the rules, you can change rules all you want. If you have people who are just hell-bent and not subscribing to good governance, you're going to have the same problem. And one of the things that we tend to do in Jamaica, meaning the politicians, is they say, we need stricter laws, but then there's no enforcement. And that's the problem. Because if they were truly enforcing the laws, a lot of people sitting in parliament wouldn't be in parliament right now, they'd be in prison. Or a lot of people who used to serve in parliament and they're outside parliament now, they wouldn't be walking around and doing all kinds of things. They would be, or if they're walking around, they'd be walking around in prison. So for me, it's just a systemic failure, and we need to fix the system, but we also need to get rid of some of the people. We don't have good people in it.
Because this is what I'm seeing, a totally systemic corruption. Because number one, FSC, right, who flag SSL, right, as it relates to the misappropriation of funds, right, doesn't seem to be saying anything, right, as it relates to both money at the time, right, where they would have picked up that, right, and they went silent about it. So why did they go silent about it? And then, okay, all right, you know that SSL is a trouble company. Isn't that when you said, when FSC said, okay, all right, we found these breaches and we are giving you 2 or 3 months to correct these breaches. The next question that I want to ask, FST would have given SSL time, you understand, to prove themselves or to correct their behavior. What was that following up report would have shown FSC, Ratty? Because said FSC, who, you understand, the Financial Service Commission, right, regulate SSL and all of that. And SSL in breach. And the Financial Service Commission give them some duration time to correct the situation. What was the following up report would have shown them? Said, okay, all right, we give you 3 months to correct your behavior. Or we give you a year to correct your behavior. What was the following up report?
If one was done. If one was done.
So then if there was none done, it simply means that FSC was complicit with wrongdoing.
Right, them never follow up on them. Them never do what they're supposed to do and say you could have made that argument that they were complicit. Yeah.
No, seriously.
Make the argument.
And the thing again, why SSL again would be just left unmanned, right? And as it relates to their internal auditing, was there an internal audit? Because the SSL, as it relates to that entity, would have been doing some internal audit with a 6 month or a year. What happened to the internal audit reports?
Right. You know, I'd looked at the FSC's audit of SSL, and there were some findings and some recommendations. And I don't believe they fixed some things, but they didn't fix everything. And some of the things that they didn't fix, my recollection is that they were major. And so it allowed them to continue this despicable behavior with clients' funds. And then when it came to the attention, and I don't remember how it got back to FSC's attention, but what they did was they, instead of taking action against them, and I have to go back and look at, because I did this story a while back, I have to go back and look and see what the provisions were at the time. But they wrote to Minister Clark advising him that there are issues over here with SSL. And like I said to you, it wasn't the first time, because the first time they had given them some recommendations and some warnings and they didn't comply with everything. And so they were writing to the minister saying, hey, we're going to have some serious problems over here. And then the minister just said, hey, I was so busy and it came into my staff and they didn't give it to me and I didn't know that. And then all hell broke loose. But FSC, they did identify deficiencies. They did issue warnings and recommendations to SSL, but they didn't do a strong follow-up. They didn't do a strong follow-up. And then
but did they do it 10 years ago, Ratigan? Didn't they start pointing out this 10 years ago? It just didn't happen overnight. And it went on and on and on.
Yeah, because they've had some issues with them. And in fact, I think they even removed them from, they prevented them from doing certain types of business, certain types of financial transactions. They said, these people cannot engage in certain types. So they stopped them from engaging in certain types of financial transactions, but they allow them to continue doing other things as well. I have to go back because I dug deep into this thing, you know, I even found out that, no, go ahead.
So big question that I want to ask. In 2012, when they were first flagged, right? I want to find out if Andrew Holness would have been cognizant of that situation, 2012 and 2016, because this is it. They were flagged in 2012, and again they were flagged in 2016. I am saying that the finance minister, you understand, would have been reporting to the prime minister as it relates to the status of that. Wouldn't that the finance minister in 2016, right, where Andrew Holness, right, as it relates to Admat, whatever irregularities that they see with SSN, right? Wouldn't that be communicated to the prime minister? I just want to ask a question.
Here's why I think, just looking at the evidence as it is now, and you may have other pieces of evidence that could convince you to think otherwise. But based on what we know now, the prime minister was invested in SSL at the time.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Yeah.
So it would make sense that if he's invested in there, that the Minister of Finance would at least say something to him, or he would have said something, say, hey, keep an eye on SSL because I have some money over there.
See where I'm going, Ratty?
Yeah, possible that this could have happened, yeah.
Okay. So then, if the prime minister have the level of awareness as it relates to SSL wrongdoing, why the prime minister allowed his account to stay up until 2021? Huh? No, no. If the prime minister, Ratty, right?
He knew, why did he allow the money to remain?
He knew, and we should believe that the prime minister would have known. You understand? Because, come on, we are talking about the affairs of the country and everything. The Minister of Finance, you understand, automatically report to the prime minister.
Sure.
Right? And so then, these anomalies in SSL, you understand, the prime minister would have some form of awareness. So then my question to the prime minister, you know all of that. Why you still allow your account, you understand, to be in SSL up until 2021?
I think take out the money, all hell broke loose.
And I think take out the money as what my wife said, all hell break loose. We don't understand that. No, we don't understand that.
But remember now, Nigel said he knew nothing about the prime minister taking his money out of the accounting, out of SSL, you know.
You knew everything, not nothing. You knew everything about
it. So the different government that knows nothing.
No, but when he gets here, we will get the truth. When he gets here, when he come over here, we will sit down and talk to him and get the truth. You know, we'll sit over a meal and just chit chat with him, and we'll get the truth.
Yeah, I think we will get it, right?
Yeah, because what happens is that he'll be in a different environment and he'll feel like he can speak freely. I mean, he can't speak freely in Jamaica. Cannot speak freely in Jamaica. And I know Nigel has a lot on his mind. And Nigel comes from a very decent, stable.
Exactly, Rattigan. Exactly. He got mixed up with the wrong people.
Yeah, and I know
that's not his family background.
No, his spirit is burdened, and I know when he gets here, if he can find somebody to talk to, he will talk. With no pressure or nothing. I think if you sit down with him and say, Nigel, listen, just unburden your soul. What really happened? He'll talk. He'll talk. And Nigel, listen, I come here and say this now, I talk to you now. Please don't go eat from none of them people, you know. I tell you, because you have come here and you have come here for 5 years. And in that 5 years, you have a lot of time to think about what happened and your role in this. And you're talking about redemption now. You have to make peace with yourself and with your God. And one of the ways of doing that is you have to talk, you have to speak the truth. And so while you're not the kind of guy who can come out and say, oh, the government did this, you can talk to us. You can lean on us, and you can speak to us. And whatever you say to us in confidence will remain in confidence. The only thing that, especially if it's something that is singular in nature, where people will know that you told us, then of course we can't talk about that. But if it's something that you can give us and we can somehow cloak it and make it look like it came from somewhere else, then we'll certainly do that. But you need to come and talk to us, Nigel. When you get here, please, before you start getting involved with the heavy lifting that you're going to have to do over at IMF, we will reach out to you and we will find a place we can sit down and we can talk. All right. And in the meantime, don't eat from nobody or drink from nobody at Jamaica.
Exactly.
Before you talk.
Look at no Maria. Look at no Maria. Sister Maria, watch out. Andrew Holness put his money into SSL from 2008. Right? Take out Admat 2008. Right? Now, 2016, bang around with SSL. SSL being flagged, misappropriation of client money. You're going to tell me that the Prime Minister wouldn't concern about his money? Prime Minister has no concern over his money, knowing that the Prime Minister would have some form of awareness. You understand? Of that report. The finance minister would have been communicating to the Prime Minister. And if the finance minister...
But such is the depth of his deception, and also the extent of his disdain for the Jamaican people, because NHT money was in SSL.
Yes.
So he took out his money, but he left taxpayers' money, and he's the Prime Minister. What does that say about him? He doesn't care about the people.
The thing where I'm going is that the Prime Minister, right, would have aware of the pilfering that taking place in SSL, did not take out his account. And in 2021, when Bolt found out that his money has been stolen, the Prime Minister run out. You understand? When Bolt found out that his money had been stolen, the Prime Minister took out his account. Look at it. But yet, when the bangarang is stealing taking place in SSL, the Prime Minister leave his account. The other question, why it appears as if that it is the only the Prime Minister account is the only account based on what we know then, where he got return on investment and everybody else lose.
It's a pattern. Because even in the height of the pandemic, when everybody is losing, he was the only one gaining.
That don't make no sense. That don't make no sense, you know. Number one, the Prime Minister would have aware about the bangarang, you understand, as it relates to 2016, since the FSC flag SSL. He would have been aware. The Prime Minister left him account in SSL. You understand, up until 2021.
Yeah.
When Bolt found out that his money being stolen, the Prime Minister, you understand, took out fame. That seems like, well, I mean, somebody call the Prime Minister and tell the Prime Minister, say, well, listen me now, shit touch the phone, you know. The man find out say money gone, you know. You understand what I say? Because that's what it looks like to me. You understand? The Prime Minister get wind that, listen me, shit touch the phone, you know. The man find out say money gone, you know. Right? The Prime Minister run to grab up what is left there. You understand? That seems like, you know, that don't look, it just don't look good. It just don't look good, Ratty.
Yeah, and then what happened after? Minister Clark jump up on the stage and start make all kind of pronouncements. In more time league, him should not take this stage and start mouth off certain things. And then him bring in Kroll. Then him say the FBI have come. And up to now, we can't see the report. We can't see the Kroll report. We can't see this phantom FBI team and their report. We don't see anything like that. Yeah, we don't see it.
Documents.
But on the Ratty. But even now, to show you that FSC complicit with everything, isn't the same FSC now is trying to suppress certain report in the court?
Yeah. They asked for something to be sealed, I think. They asked for some, SSL report to be sealed, yeah.
Why are they doing that? Because it shows how...
They're waiting until Nigel overturned. He said he would leave no stone unturned. Nigel can't find the stone then. So you have to find the stone so he can, you know, overturn them.
Too heavy for him left, so he can't turn them.
Too heavy for him to
We get body
exactly.
too hard.
Well,
Leave it.
all right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of tonight's program. I want to say a big thanks for all the persons who passed through. Big thanks to the panel as usual, right? Very vibrant and, critical thinkers. So we love that, right? Ratty, once again, big thanks to you, sir. Sister Maria, big thanks.
Let me just say one
Blessings and honor every time.
All right.
Let me just say one quick thing before we go.
Yes.
Mark Mullins stood out when the clip you played. He said that if there's a no confidence vote, then Parliament is dissolved and the Governor General can declare it and then declare.
Yes.
Not quite true. Not quite true. And I'll just say this, people, you can go look it up in the Constitution. The way it works is if there's a no vote and it's passed by the majority, then what happens?
He did say if it is passed. He did say if it is passed.
Yeah, no, even if it's passed.
Yeah.
But here's how it works.
Yeah.
If it's passed, the Prime Minister and the Governor General will have a discussion. And the Governor General, the Prime Minister has the right to tell the Governor General that I will leave. And if he says that, there is no dissolution of Parliament. The majority party, then they'll have to select a Prime Minister. If the Prime Minister can then say, I'm not leaving, you can dissolve it. And then once he does that, then the Governor General will have 3 months to say, okay, we're going to have an election. What's not clear to me is if the Governor General says, okay, you can have we can have the election, can the Prime Minister then run in the election? And if he does, what if they say, okay, we want this guy again to be Prime Minister? What is there a rule to prevent him from doing that? And as far as I can see in the Constitution, there is no such rule. So it's not automatic that if they have the no vote, then Parliament is dissolved. What happens? And I think I have it right here. It says, hold on one second. I think I have it right here. Where it's sessions of Parliament. Hold on one second. I have it somewhere here where it says that no. What will happen is that they will have a discussion. Both of them will have a discussion, and then if the Prime Minister says I'm leaving, then Parliament doesn't get dissolved. The majority party will then select a person.
Okay.
And then the Governor General can appoint it. If the Prime Minister says, well, I'm not leaving, you can go ahead and dissolve it, then it's 3 months. The Governor General has to call the election. And then if he does, the Prime Minister, based on what I'm seeing, that Prime Minister who had the no vote, who had the no confidence vote against him, he can then run again. There's nothing preventing.
Yeah, hold on. Creativity asking a question here. The date of the NCB account opening and the transfer of $143,000 US, is it before Bolt Alarm? Yeah, it was before Bolt Alarm. That was, I think, when was that done? Was 2020?
For what happened?
The $143,000 that was put into an NCB account from SFN. What year it happened?
For the Prime Minister?
Yes.
That was the 143. It was the 143 was 20. I'll tell you a second. It was it 20? Is it 2021? I think it was 2021.
Yeah, I do think it was 2021.
Yeah, I think it was 2021.
Wow. So look at the question.
And this is the problem that Andrew has created for himself. Nobody's trying to bring him down. He creates this problem for himself where all these questions, his actions are now questionable. And people can now ask any kind of question because he has failed to comply to fully ventilate the issues surrounding his sources of income, how he gets what he gets, and to clear the air around his name, and but he's not complying, so he's being defiant. So people have to ask any question that comes to mind because he has allowed that to happen.
Yes. So but let us pull on this little thread here. The date of the NCB account opening and the transfer of 143,000 US dollars. Right. Let us get back to the year, Ratty. You find it, Ratty?
I'm looking. Hold on. Hold on, give me a second there. Because then I'm also finding the same thing I just talked to you about. I'm finding another thing in the Constitution that says that once there's a no vote, then it's automatically dissolved. But then there's another section that says that the Prime Minister and the Governor General will have a talk, and then the Prime Minister can leave, then it doesn't have to be dissolved. Or the Prime Minister can say, fine, you can dissolve it. But let me find that. Let me find the you're looking for the 143,000. Hold on.
Because this seems to be in the same year that Bolt made that alarm, 2021. So this, let us find it first.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me see. This is at page 85. Hold on. Let's see. 85. All right, 2019 was when he took out the interest payments. 2019. $20.85.
Oh, hold on there.
Hold on. Hold on. It was, what is it? It was 100,000?
143,000.
All right, because I'm seeing here April 9, 2019, there was 100,000. No, that was NCBs. Oh, May 9th. Is it May 9th? No, September 5th. There's a $30,000 payment from SSL. And then there's another one that actually two of them on the same day. One for 42,863.
It's Sonia saying
page 68. Sonia is saying page 68.
All right, I'm on page 86. Hold on, let me see something. Page 68. 65. 67. Okay. 143, yeah. Okay, so that was September 2021. Yes, it was 2021.
Now this,
it was 2021.
Now, this not really spell good for the Prime Minister. So then Bolt awareness would have now seems like the Prime Minister, right? You want to say something on it? Yeah. Bolt, the evidence is there what we are looking at. Bolt was alerted 2021.
Do you remember the month?
Huh?
You remember the month?
Okay, let us Google that. What the box side is here? You find it? We're searching for it. We're searching for it. We want to find out something here. Well,
January 11th. Hold on. Just so we're going to do it. What's that? 2023. January 2023. Where's that? January 11, 2023.
Yeah, while you guys looking for that, I'm gonna check out because I need to go to bed. I got a 9 o'clock appointment, so it's always good to be on the platform. And blessings and honor to all of you and to everybody in the chat. A restful night. All right, big up Ratigan, Anne Marie, Mystic. Yeah, man, cool.
Thank you, Maria.
Just stay with it. Just stay with it, man. Now try find section 71. While you're looking for that, section 71 will say. It says here, where is it? Okay. It says, if the House of Representatives has passed a resolution of this section that the appointment of the Prime Minister ought to be revoked, the Governor General shall consult with the Prime Minister, and if the Prime Minister within 3 days so requests, the Governor General shall dissolve Parliament instead of revoking the appointment. So that is where the motion to revoke is appointment. Now, the other thing says that if there's a no vote, I mean a no confidence vote, which to me it sounds like it's the same thing, where apparently it's different. Then it says the Governor General can dissolve Parliament and call an election.
Yes. So,
let's get back to this thing I went on with
I said, according to this January of 2023.
That can right. Genome content. So the situation with Bolt. Because I'm seeing where it is what 2023 it seems.
Which one is that?
The Prime Minister, no man, it cannot be 2023.
I'm looking at what it says. It was reported on January 11th to the authorities, but maybe even before then, because it only must, I think, when is it investment mature? I think it's investment matured.
All right. Look, I just find a statement here. According to signed confession statement, Ratty, listen to this. According to signed confession statement dated January 7, 2023, Pantan admitted that she used various mechanisms to take out money from clients and that she created false statements to provide to the clients reflecting what they should have in their accounts and not the sum actually they had in their accounts. She added that she stole the money over the course of several years, right? Which within these years, the FSC also established that in 2016, where Pantan is talking about the stealing going back several years. Here it is, right? She added that she stole the money over the course of several years. The statement, which was made to SSL as a part of internal investigation, named 39 clients whose accounts had a total of over $700 million. Pantan said she took approximately 20% of that sum, in addition to further $109 million, an account in the name of Welgen Limited, a holding company owned by sports great Usain Bolt, was not mentioned on the list. And SSL said in a subsequent statement that it was unaware that the portfolio was affected. How would they be unaware that the portfolio affected when Bolt money missing in 2012? That means they were not doing any audit.
Right. I have to go back and look and see when they did the audit, because when they did an audit or an examination of some sort with SSL, because I know that they did, and the SSL came up short. I remember that. I just have to go back and look and see the time when the date and what occurred.
Okay. Well, Ratty, we're going to wrap it up.
Yeah. But before we go, like section 71.3, it talks about no confidence. The one I was telling you that the Prime Minister will sit down with the Governor General. That has to do with the Prime Minister. Then there's a 64, section 5, that has to do with no confidence in the government. And if there's no confidence in the government, then the Governor, there's no discussion. The Governor General can then just dissolve Parliament. But it would appear that there's a no confidence in the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister can then sit down with the Governor General and say, listen, I will leave, so you don't have to dissolve Parliament. Or I'm not going anywhere, so you might as well dissolve Parliament. So there's a distinction there. But I'm going to do a little bit more research on this. But again, thank you for having me, man. I learn every time I come on this program. And I was telling somebody today that one of the reasons why I love coming on this program is because you do your homework, you know.
Thank
you put the effort in, and I can see, people can see it, you know. And so it's that's why we can have an engagement. Because you can say, hey, I saw this, what did you see? And then I can say, as opposed to, you know, you look to me, or I just come and sit down here and just look to you.
Yes.
You know, we can actually have an engagement. So I want to tell you thanks again for having me. And like I said, when you called me, I was like, oh yeah, you know, as long as me can make it, me I'll go. You know, so that, like, it was my first birthday. My birthday, I'm visiting to look at your birthday, you know, but guess what? Your birthday had the whole deal. So you have whole day to celebrate. You only have a little bit of time for go jump on music. So I believe. So thank you. And thank everyone in the chat. Thanks for the support. And oh, by the way, you should play the
play it.
Oh, you play outstanding.
Play it again. People remember. All right, we are going to tune in. Play it again on the
Yes, I hit this. I selected up on the hit list. When OJLDF presents an epic fundraiser in a tune for tune border class style. DJ Kevin Stu versus Wayne Lonesome the Renegade, taking place live on Reggae Global Radio, October 6, 2024, from 6 to 10 p.m. Early warm-up juggling by Glamour Wayne. Enough celebrity judges. Don't miss the one, ya. Woolly pa fun, boy, ya. Log on to reggaeglobalradio.com.
No, in my practice right now. Tonight, just before you start. Yeah, before you start. Him go on him live and him a practice. Him a play all kind of music for people, and people are writing to me and say, hey, the man, why you are practicing? Him a play all kind of music. Cause two go tell him saying rusty. We say to him, I don't say you're not good, but you're rusty. You know, do this for a long time, and we're gonna kill you. So him a practice. So show people it's for a worthy cause, One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. So looking forward to
definitely.
All right, brother. All right. Here.
A special tune for play for my birthday.
Oh, is your birthday Sunday?
Yes.
6th is my birthday.
All right. You know what? I'm gonna make sure. You get. You know what? If you tell him to play a special tune, you know, President Kevin will play a special tune. I'm gonna play for you for Sunday.
Yeah.
So prepare yourself. All right. Thanks for having me again, man. Take care, Murray. Bye, Ron. All right.
All right. Okay, guys. So thank you guys as usual for tuning in. Oh, it was a long one tonight for Tuesday.
Yeah.
Really appreciate each and everyone's continued support. And just gonna say Have a wonderful and blessed night. Everybody rest well until Thursday. Byron will be on the Titans. On Friday, then you have Ratigan on Saturday, then you have Town Hall on Sunday, and then you have all the other channels that are blazing the fire as well. So everybody's message is important, might be said in a different way, but saying the same thing: good governance and accountability. So support, and make sure on Sunday you go and support the function that's gonna be going on for the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation.
All right.
All right, so guys, safe travel on the gravel and rest well. Thank you so much. Really love and appreciate each and everyone.
Out.